Well, some of us are.
Yeah,
We are, we aren't.
some of us are gonna play D&D. It's not.
So should I go start making dinner or what?
You can if you want
They
to.
can just wake up Walker when they start hearing screams.
Hey.
What if it's just
Walker's just dead?
Okay, hear me out. What if it's friendly?
Doubtful.
Yeah, maybe. Listen, Will, you gotta go in there with a positive attitude.
Walker's asleep. He doesn't have any attitude.
Yeah, but I'm talking to William right now.
William
Has never went
is
into
in a
anything with a positive
constant-
attitude in his life.
William is in a constant state of pure attitude.
Of pure bitchy.
Whoa. I don't appreciate you saying that.
I appreciate it being true.
I hated that you made me watch that movie last night, then.
Oh, it was so worth it.
I actually
movie
also
did you
hated that
watch?
movie.
Oh,
What movie?
Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Oh.
You don't like Fight Club?
I
I
hated it.
hated it.
Actively.
Like
I
Fight
love
Club,
that.
man? Come on, bro.
I love that movie.
Fight Club's
Because
alright.
it was anxiety causing.
The point of Fight Club is if you ever meet anyone
Is to not talk about
that
it's
idolizes
so-
Tyler Durden, then you run the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
I fly to another city is what I'm gonna do.
And then you started a Fight Club, right, Kim?
The point of the movie is never talk to yourself.
The point of the movie is never trust anyone with insomnia.
If ever
Alright,
you start
listen.
talking to yourself, just
No need
shoot
to attack
yourself
me.
and you'll be fine. Was the conclusion of that movie.
Just shoot. He didn't kill himself. He just shot
No.
himself through the cheek or something.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah,
Listen,
through the
you don't
cheek.
need a therapist. You just need to shoot yourself, and then the voices are gonna go away.
I agree.
Oh. Anyways.
And then your freaky
Oh.
girlfriend will appear.
Well, they kind of kidnapped her.
That's
To be
still
fair.
that does not change the fact that she did appear.
Yeah.
The circumstances of her appearance do not change what happened.
Hey, William, what do we need to do to get you to appear?
Well, Mitchell's gonna go down there next week and
I'm not
kiss him.
Probably just
Yeah,
at me.
that's true.
don't need to, like-
I'm flying down to Texas to go make out with William.
Listen, all I do is at me.
William,
I'll
you just
be
need to
there.
report him and
No.
say he's looking into abortion and get your free 10 grand.
There it is. There it is.
Wait a
I make
second.
some money.
Wait, hold on.
After leaving Nashdween
God,
on
Mitchell, my
their
favorite abortion.
after
you have to acknowledge it,
leave,
then read the
The baby is
recap.
Williams.
after leaving Nashdween, making their way by night in the direction of Kintaran's lands, getting off the main roads, cutting through forests, and making their way through perilous mountains, dealing with a strange band of werewolves that were apparently at one point men of the Red Band who gave up that life in search of something else. You guys made your way through the perilous wilds of the southernmost reaches of the Shamar Expanse. Eventually, making your way through to the other side and into Kintaran. The plan was set. You focused, you doubled down on your ideas, began making your way. Walker, though seemingly unknowing, began to harness some sort of arcane magical energy during your travels, and you eventually made your way past a Red Band patrol on its way to Boralys and north into the wilds of Kintaran's lands, where you hunted for a cave or something as a home base before the next day could bring you a level of safety, a level of familiarity, and the ability to set up something of a forward operating base, at least for a couple days, while you begin to scout Boralys. On your first night here, after tearing through root and limb, making your way into this overgrown cave, you made your way by night into it, set up, Walker passing out, you guys beginning to set up something resembling a camp. And Ishri, Sophia, and Evian headed further into the cave to see what, if anything, was down there. Making your way further in, while the cave split into two, a seeming third way completely destroyed and blocked off by rubble and cave-in, but of the two ways you could go, one had a significant drop-off, and at the bottom, Ishri saw what looked like a pile of bone. The other way seemed to get long and winding, and couldn't really make it out. As you were doing your best to be yourselves, I suppose, you heard this loud, echoing sound. So, I would ask unto you all, as this sound echoes through the cave, what are you guys doing?
Ishri has seen the bones. I think she started going, bones, bones, run, run, and she's like grabbing both the people next to her, starting to run.
Yeah, Sophia's going along.
Also me.
All right. Not looking back, you guys very quickly air ass out of there, running back towards the group.
Mm-hmm.
Continuing
Ishri's
probably
yelling.
to, yeah, probably still a lot of commotion, very loud.
You make your way back to everyone else where you can see Walker passed out, his horse laying down next to him.
There's something very strange over there in the cave. There was bones. She looks over to Ishri.
There's something down there. Ishri's going to go over to Walker and just pick him up and try to wake him up.
And shake him.
Great. Perfect.
Could we not just put a bubble between us and it?
That'll take a few minutes. I don't know when it's showing up. I can start to, though. And Sophia's gonna sit down and start ritual casting.
That is
hurt.
putting the problem off for later.
Let's just get out of here. Let's just get the fuck out of here.
I mean,
What
can't
about-
we
Either
can
or.
also figure out what it is?
We can do that from the comfort of not inside this cave.
If I put up a bubble, it will not show up to us.
What kind of bones, Ishri?
I didn't really get a chance to inspect them because something came to me.
Sophia's starting the ritual casting.
You sure get a glance of anything, of the bones or the thing or anything.
Was there perhaps a telling human skull sitting atop one of the piles?
Give me another perception check retroactively here, Ishri.
I assume Evian didn't get anything with his 9.
Evian does not have dark vision.
Yeah, but there were lights.
There were okay.
Yeah, there were lights.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Hey. Ishri, it definitely looked humanoid. You didn't make out, like, as soon as you heard that, you kind of did the turn and run, but definitely looked like at least some of them were humanoid.
Humanoid. They were humanoid.
As she has a realization, there's a bit of a Ishri, get the fuck off me! And Bianca's gonna throw her off.
Ken?
What are you doing?
We need to get out of here now.
What's happening? Walker's gonna search for his fucking crossbow, briefly look at the horse, shake his head, continue looking for the fucking crossbow, grab it from his bag.
Horse looks mildly annoyed and stands up as well. Just kind of like looking at you, Walker.
Owen looks from the horse to the crudely hacked entrance we have, trying to figure out if he can squeeze the horse.
That horse is not fitting through that entrance.
Hold it off!
You begin to hear like a little sound
Sophia's
echoing
grabbed
down
her
from
ritual.
further in the
Dark
cave.
vision.
Through her ritual, Sophia will tell everybody to stay close. Stay close inside. So if ever I do cast this, you're inside the bubble.
Is there a way out of here easily?
Yeah, like you're
walk up with a rope.
climbing up the thing with the. You left the rope there.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can pull yourself up. It'll probably take a while, a little bit, but yeah, you can get up.
Evian will place himself between Sophia and the new friend, just in case it moves up before she finishes the spell.
Walker's
She's
got
been
a
casting at
fun
least a minute now.
60 feet of dark vision.
Rum is going to definitely get up and be at the ready with her sword.
Ven, quick question about action economy and non-combat. Could I hold a, dodge stance?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if anything comes to you, you just freeze and get into defensive position?
Pretty much, yeah. Just taking a defensive position in front of everyone.
Walker's gonna
How
light
about
a
for the sake
torch.
of all of our sanity, hop on over here.
Okay. I'd like to establish that Walker has lit a torch and has handed it to Evian. Throw it as far as you can.
Fire stick. Oh, okay.
Asshole.
I wanted to use it to hit the
I
man.
can see it coming, you fucking idiot.
Once I load onto the map.
I'm still loading.
Yeah, same. Ben, will Sophia have managed to cast the thing before? Because
oh my lord.
she started casting it a while ago. Also, she cast it where there's a little bit more space.
Is this front? Here. Is this where the front is?
We have to stay within 10 feet of,
Oof. Hey,
yeah.
you wanna move 5 feet back?
Maybe, Sophia should go where Walker is right now?
Ishu, could you move 5 back?
There we go.
Oh, I can't wait for them to cast Fireball Standard on Sophia.
I mean, listen, it's been about 2 minutes of conversation, so she should be able to pull it off.
Ven, I'll try to throw the torch there if I can.
Okay. I mean, you guys were as far down as here at one point.
As far down? Oh.
Yeah.
Can I...
I don't...
I don't think we want to move up.
Can I send Onyx ahead?
Oh, Brave Bird.
He's just gonna die again.
Onyx, use Brave Bird.
He's gonna go slow. He's not gonna fucking charge up in there. He's a smart bird.
Ven, can I move down the tunnel just so that I can see the shape of it because we were there?
Yeah.
Thanks. How far up were we?
You were up to about
there. Good. Bones. Thanks.
I'm gonna try something. Let's try something. Let's see how this looks.
Yeah, those are definitely human. those are skulls. Several skulls.
I only have a limited bone options while I'm making maps, so.
Bones.
You don't.
Skulls. It's just a pile of skulls. He eats the rest of it.
So is Mitchell able to? Mitchell, is Evian able to throw the torch forward to get some?
I was working on that kind of.
Sure.
There's a torch.
Oh,
hey!
I'm the torch. It's me.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I can't see the rest of the party now. How do I come back to my character?
Click just anywhere on the map, and it'll just show you everything.
What?
I have to drag.
That's a lie.
I have to drag.
Work for me.
Okay,
Works on my machine.
Dragging.
Click and
if
drag.
I drag, I
over.
see. Yeah, if you drag over the area, I see.
That's funky.
It's a little janky with the way this thing's working, but you're able to get toss it down that way. There we go. It looks a little bit better. It's the drawback to letting everyone control the torch.
I think you can give them partial ownership that doesn't let them move it.
Well, I want you guys to be able to move.
Oh, I understand.
So,
all right. I guess Walker's gonna have the big guns out, ready to fucking blow his load on whatever shows up.
And then Simon was sending Onyx out.
Yeah, just ahead of the torch, just a little bit.
Can Ishri also have a prepared sword if something comes up?
I'm guessing I can move Onyx kind of freely.
Logan, I don't
That's my favorite
remember.
spell.
Can you move Onyx? You should be able to.
Yeah, it's like
okay.
Just gotta do the measurements here so I know how far you can get. You can go all the way up.
You can just move him 5 feet at a time. Not an initiative right now.
Going up. He's flying up. He's moving. He's going. He's talking back.
Give me a perception check, please, as well.
Then the right side up here, was this like a collapsed part?
Yes, that is the part I was talking about, where it looks like there was a cave-in, and you can't really
Okay.
make out anything beyond it.
From one issue when to leave really badly, and we just didn't.
Yeah, because Sophia's
The horse
casting the
can't
bubble.
get out, and
It would take a while to get out.
It would take us a while to get out.
Okay, so once this thing is up, I can't come in and out, and I can't I cannot cast any other spells out of it. You
The main
guys
thing
go.
that I am concerned about is making sure that that thing cannot get in.
I mean, it can't get in the bubble once it's up, and I'm assuming it's been 2 minutes.
Yes, so where did you want the bubble?
Well, I'm the center of it.
Okay.
I always assume Sophia is the center of it.
So, okay, so it works perfectly as a blockade, so nothing can get past you.
Yeah, that
in the
was
cave
exactly
now.
the idea.
Oh.
We
So
can shoot
right-
out this thing, can't we?
Yes, you guys can shoot out, but you cannot shoot out spells. Also, if you run outside, you can run back in at any point. I
Oh
just
my
have
God.
to stay here.
Oh my god, I can taunt it.
So at least this way, we have some kind of security and backup if ever this thing ends up being very powerful. And if ever it gets too problematic, you guys can all run ahead, and I'll try my best to use the spell to get out quickly once you guys are all out.
Wow. Onyx.
Yeah.
Not
What's
have
up
dark
with this?
vision? Oh.
It should. Owls have dark vision.
Owls
Yeah.
have dark vision.
I never opened my walker notes. I'm kind of annoyed about that.
Yeah, it should have dark vision. That's weird. No note for it on the thing. Oh well. It does. Okay, so with that, you see this strange thing moving on the like, it's got these long, disgusting, gangly limbs, this elongated head with this almost lamprey eel-esque mouth of round teeth.
Before you finish anything, if he charges Onyx at all, Onyx is getting out of there. Can I hold that action for Onyx?
It is not. It is slowly on the ceiling, just
Oh, it's on the ceiling.
like almost
Simon is
suction
relaying
cup
all this
like.
information. Wait, hold on. How far is Onyx away? Let me do this measurement. Yeah, Simon would be going over everything that is being described.
It is almost suction.
It's a land squid. A land
Continues to move
land puss.
closer. Now the cave here is maybe 8 to 10 feet in height total. And it definitely is like looking at Onyx, kind of interested, mostly out of some strange curiosity.
Yeah, Onyx is staying like, I'd say 15 feet back. Just keeping his distance. I think at this point he's cut me off, and I'm gonna tell Onyx to just fly on back for me.
You're just like, oh, fuck out of there, Onyx.
Yeah, I don't want him. He's not down again. Not on me. On my watch.
Onyx dies again.
And as you guys
Right
see Onyx
after
fly
being
back,
Oh no, Onyx can't get into the bubble.
Oh my god, Onyx can't get in!
No, you can just
he
dismiss
perches
him.
on this rock right here. He perches
You
right
can
on
just
this rock.
you can just dismiss him and bring him back.
I mean, he doesn't
Oh, yeah, you
like
totally
that.
can.
It takes an action.
He's fine.
Yeah, we are still not
Um,
initiative yet, so it doesn't matter.
That's fair.
So, who was up in the cave more? Who was the person that was?
Me, Ishri, and Sophia.
So
And Rom.
When the cave splits off into the three ways, kind of, the one with the bones was where. he
There's
was
the
coming
bones,
from.
the cave, and an other.
Yeah, and the monster.
I assume he was coming from the
around
bones.
here.
Yes, he was coming from
Came
this way.
Bones.
That makes sense that he would be coming from the bones.
So, we could proceed, or Sam just looks around.
I think we wait for it to
What's
come
our
to
goal?
us.
Oh, okay.
That was
Onyx
supposed
will
to be in
fly
character,
forward
but I
again, then,
forgot to,
and just keep watching ahead of that curve.
Over the course of the next couple of minutes, you begin to hear that as it slowly, methodically, still on the ceiling, makes its way little by little.
Yeah, it's
Sound
coming.
very
It's
slow.
coming.
It sounds
It's
like
coming,
the-
guys.
This is over the course of like a few minutes. Mostly keeping its eyes stuck to Onyx.
Just luring it back. I can't move Onyx for some reason. There it goes.
Onyx was stuck.
Onyx is
Oh,
flying
there it
back
is!
and luring it.
Hey there, fella. Oh, he looks like his name's Frank.
His body, like, now getting a sight of him in, like, the light, his body is, like, maybe the size of, like, a 6 or 7-year-old child with limbs that are, like, 3 or 4 feet long. Like, very long, gangly
Have I
limbs.
ever seen anything like this or
Have I
heard
ever
of
read
anything like this?
Of anything like this.
Likewise.
Give
You legally have to
me...
tell me why you decided to have us fight a creepypasta.
Give me a... Arcana checks.
Arcana.
who?
Oh, I'm really good at these.
What about Garish native wildlife?
Garish stories?
Like,
What about
does Owen recognize this creature from what he knows about
give me a history
things
check.
that live in
did
Garish?
dear old dad ever talk about funny creatures like this?
This is the cave Gabagoo.
Oh, big!
Oh, you're gonna get a lore dump, Nick. Okay,
then-
so...
Could Walker roll me anything here, or is this not applicable for him?
Not applicable.
I'd just like to point out for my own chagrin that Owen knows 10 times more about this creature than he knows about Kinmorn.
Should have studied more.
So,
He did study.
Evian, you and Sophia are like, what the fuck? You don't fucking know shit. Sophia, this wasn't in your fucking debrief of dangers of the continent of Verdun.
Oh.
No one mentioned this shit on the boat over here with the House of Light either. Simon, it looks... You don't know exactly what it is. It seems like some sort of, like, arcane aberration. Like, something that is technically of this world, but so strangely corrupted by something, you obviously cannot know what, that it's practically just a separate species that's no longer completely natural anymore. You don't know exactly what it is, but just the intonation based on, like, how it moves, what it looks like, it seems like it focuses on, like, blood-sucking or something? Like, you know, jumping on things smaller than it and just consuming them by just sucking the blood out of their unconscious core.
Okay.
Right.
Simon will relay everything he knows to the group, to the family.
Troglodyte?
You would also be able to easily, like, kind of deduce, this thing must have something weird going on, because one of two things is true. Either it has a way to get in and out of here in order to obviously eat, because you guys opened a path that it would have been able to fit through. So either it has a way in or out, there's another way in or out, or it has a way to make itself heckin' small.
I have another question,
Yep.
then. So when Onyx flew down over here, clearly could see with these skulls. What were those skulls with that 18 perception? That's or 20 perception.
They were definitely human.
Oh, okay.
Not all of it was humanoid bones. Again, guys, I have a limited palette of materials to work with. I just need a
That's why I
pile of
asked.
small bones, and skulls are the thing that I find. So mostly not skulls, but of what you do see, it seemed humanoid. Some of them, I'm not going to say fresh, but fresh-ish.
Never frozen.
Like,
he's hungry.
like maybe weeks.
Like,
Not like
hungry.
all of this is ancient. And Owen, you
Time to sit back and listen to the Lord.
there have so a long time ago. Yeah, that's right. A long time ago, during the initial Lenorian expansion south into Garland, when they were pushing the old Gars out, you know, making their empire's expansion far before the country of Garland was a thing. One of the first major settlements that was established was Boralys, mostly because the mountain that it was established on was fucking ripe with iron. this was a big fucking deal for quite a while. For the most part, from what you know now, it's kind of not necessarily stripped clean, but it is not nearly as valuable as it once was. But the cave systems under it were... Like, there was a lot of natural cave that people already were using when they initially found it. And they were very numerous and not necessarily labyrinthine, but definitely possible to get lost or turned around in. And there were definitely stories of, like, you know, we can't go back in this week. Like, you don't know the details. It's not something you went into incredible history with, but there were definitely times when there would be weeks where people wouldn't go in there because they'd need people to clean out certain monstrosities and dangers. It stands to reason this cave could be connected to all of that. It stands to reason that some of those dangers still exist, and that there's a good chance that's at least part of the reason that they didn't keep going further into the caves to mine, because mobilizing an army to clear out dangers is not really possible in a small cave like this.
I got a question. At the nearest point between here and here, how much, like, you know, space is there?
Maybe 4 to 5 feet wide and maybe 8 feet tall.
So, like, we could totally just make a wall, right? Like, if we cut down a tree.
Yeah.
You could just make a wall with
I've wanted to make a barricade as walkers since the beginning. It's gonna happen now.
I mean, it takes a while. You and Evie are gonna have to spend like a whole fucking day chopping down trees, sawing the wood.
And that would be loud too.
Not super. I mean, we're already pretty far out.
Taking down trees is very loud.
We're pretty far out.
I'll see what happens. Anyway, Nick, anything else about that?
Off the road.
Does he like you said there were, you know, like weeks that the miners couldn't go in because somebody had to deal with that?
Yeah, you'd hear sounds like, oh, fucking, it would be stories like somebody fucking died and it wasn't a cave-in, and then there'd be weeks where like no one would go in, and then they'd fucking get people from the military in there to tell them it's safe again. Obviously, given this is Lenorian, there's always the chance that they just went in there for a day, said everything was safe, and then sent people back into their death.
That's great.
This is old history. It's definitely like generations of passed down story, but like even once Garland became a thing and they tried to reuse the mine, there are sections of it where they just blocked it off and completely just, you don't go here. Not a sign, but full on bringing in wooden barricades like what Walker wants to do, and then a sign in the front of it saying, don't go down here, you'll get lost or die.
It seems like I would have known that before we made the cave our spot.
Well, you didn't. The idea that the cave is necessarily, like, again, the idea that it's such a connected thing is the part that is more questionable.
Very unlikely.
Yes.
Sounds pretty likely to me, but
I'm sorry I don't have you roll history checks about absolutely everything you do before you do it, Nick.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
I couldn't have known you were gonna roll a nat 20 on a history check there.
Yeah, but there was a 5% chance.
So I should warn you of everything that you have a 5% chance of doing?
Yes.
Oh, can Ishri divine sense and detect magic?
I apologize. Ishri, you recognize this.
Oh,
or something similar to it.
Oh my god.
Of course she does.
Not necessarily the same. This is kind of like got a greenish hue to it, but something similar. They were referred to in, at least in, the translation would be something akin to stranglers. There was something similar to them in your home. They were mostly cave dwelling. They existed as kind of, I don't want to say like vulture-esque, but they were definitely something that they wouldn't fight something head on. There would always be that sense of, if they're there, there's something else. They were more intelligent, but the general small body, long gangly, kind of not necessarily tentacle-like, but like almost boneless-looking limbs is very similar to something you've seen, known as, you've always called them the Gildayan word for stranglers.
So you said offhandedly that there's something else there because there's vultures. Like this isn't the worst thing.
No, like you know, vultures are going to clean up after. These are kind of like that in that they're not gonna fight something head on. They're smart enough to know that most things are bigger than them. Like, they're not going to fight something bigger than them. They're going to let something else do it and then try and, you know, steal the kill or, you know, hope that most of the body is left over.
Does Ishri know how to scare it away beyond just yelling at it and throwing fire at it, etc.?
Shoot it.
Generally, they won't attack. Like, a group of people head on has nothing to worry about if it's just a strangler, as you know.
Ishri will then relay to the rest of the group. I recognize this. It's a strangler, I guess. It's really harmless, actually. It's a lot scarier than it looks. It won't attack us as long as we stick together and don't attack it first. Don't attack it first, and we'll be okay.
I've heard.
But, has Ishri encountered these before? Or
yeah.
I mean, I've fought these. I've encountered these before. They're harmless.
And what are the
for
bones?
A harmless
Ishri?
creature?
Maybe there's. I don't know.
Hey, Van.
Yeah.
Can I throw a rock at it?
Yeah, roll to hit. It's kind of awkwardly off to the side.
Are you throwing it at the creature or near the creature?
Like at its feet to like kind of say, hey.
It's on the ceiling.
Oh. At the ceiling near it then.
Okay.
At its hand?
Okay, yeah, roll just to see how accurate you get.
What should I do? Just
Unarmed attack. Boop, and it hits kind of near it, and it just... And it kind of like looks, and then it drops to the ground, and as it does, you see... Yeah, its arms and legs, its extremities, I don't want to call them arms and legs because they're very similar. There's very little difference. The back ones that would have feet are slightly longer and less thumb-like, but its arms and legs are very similar limbs, but they don't seem to have bones in them, the way it moves. As it kind of falls with this almost like wet sound, it grabs the torch, starts running away.
I hate it.
Little asshole. Oh god, I can see outside of the world now.
I can also see outside the world. Also, we can still see the torch.
Do we
funny.
want to get rid of that, or?
We could just leave, honestly.
Does the bubble block the pathway completely?
Outside of maybe 6 inches at the top, yeah.
I think it didn't seem like it had bones. I might be able to fit through that. We
I
could
think
just,
if we leave quickly, it should be no issue.
if we want to keep using this spot as a
Well,
base camp, we could just leave the or kind of grasp the word, still pretty tired. Yeah, leave that here until we have a more permanent solution.
I mean, it'll only last 8 hours.
We could also just go somewhere else, no?
Are we gonna find another cave that isn't connected to this?
Do we need a cave? We could just...
It would be easier to hide in the cave.
It would be easier if we want some kind of semi-permanent area.
While Simon uses his owl to scout ahead, we could work on a more permanent solution to this. Maybe set up a barricade.
Does anybody have a type of magic that allows them to manipulate the earth?
To manipulate what, sorry?
The earth?
I don't.
We could just move the wall.
No.
If possible. No.
Not quite. I can make an illusion of such a thing, but I cannot make that.
They tell stories of monsters in the mines. I can't help but think, you know, Ishri, you said you saw bones.
Yes, I did. Yes.
If we leave it behind, who's to say that it will not hurt something or someone?
I don't think now's the time to be worried about that. With the war going on, maybe something to keep in mind for afterwards.
I mean, doesn't look that tough.
We could always have Onyx scout ahead, roughly 100 feet, and keep going forward.
You could
You
have
guys know
Onyx
anything?
stand at the crossroads.
He's there right now, actually.
Oh.
You can't always be aware of Onyx though if ever you're sleeping, and Onyx is still a bird essentially.
Well, if we push forward and find a more open spot like this one, just a little bit deeper in, I'm sure we can set up some type of barricade and have like a.
Why would we not just set up a barricade here?
During this time, you will have heard like the cracking of wood against stone, and then something else, and then another couple sounds from further in the
Nothing.
cave.
From human, is it like?
Would something like this spot be much narrower and better for a barricade then?
About the same as the edge of where you guys are now.
Yeah, okay.
And how far is it to the outside from this entrance right here? Is that like you go up and you're outside right away?
Yeah, yeah. That's like there's like a big like tree overgrowth there. I wanted to do a bunch of different colors and like have a nice fade, but
That's cool.
Yeah.
Still.
didn't. The program
Like I
didn't
was
want to
saying,
let me.
Once we're done with resting tonight, we'll make sure to keep watch just to make sure it doesn't come back. We can just work on a more permanent barricade while others work on preliminary scouting.
I want to take a closer look at the bones.
I can escort you there if you'd like.
I can cast the light as far as I can see, but
If you two are going deeper in the cave, I'm coming with you.
Yeah, I'm not staying here.
Sophia has to stay here to keep up the
Yes.
bubble. Someone
I
needs
mean-
to stay with her.
That thing does not.
Pose.
There is one of it, and there will be 4 or 5 of us. I think.
We do not know there was only one of it.
if there is only one of it, only one of them came here.
I agree. It is worrisome that there were so many bones. Maybe we should, if we really are dedicated to staying here of all places, which I'm not sure with that pile of bones, we should. But if we are, we probably should get rid of it instead of just letting it creep around near us.
My concern
agree.
is if this is mines, like Owen has mentioned, any other semi-permanent cave-like structure that we find here could have another tunnel leading to something like this.
On top of that,
Then
could be
we
an
set up a
infestation. On top of that,
We
could be an
could-
infestation. Taking care of all of them could take a very long time and require quite a.
We take out the one for now. We set up a barricade.
I think that's reasonable.
At the very least, we can go and see what it's been doing, who it's been doing it to.
Simon, how far are we clear for?
That crossroads is still open. If I move up, I can get farther in with Onyx.
We might as well move now. No.
Yeah.
As you say that, you're getting from Onyx. Are you fucking serious, dude?
I just tell him to shut up. Keep pushing forward.
Walker's
Smart
coming
bird.
as well.
He
Strong,
begins
smart
pushing images into your mind of a buffet of meat.
Oh, like he wants one
Yeah.
in payment.
Yeah.
Some of these walls you can't walk through. Then
No, you have to go
it's kind
around.
of I can't drag the fucking token. There we go.
Up to here. Is this just like rocks, or is this like a building that was destroyed?
That's rubble.
Okay.
It looks like a cave-in.
I mean, you can. My foundries unloading, though.
You can examine it closer if you'd like. Ishri's going as well. You said?
Yeah, I just foundry's being a bitch, so
okay.
Nothing.
Do I see the creature?
I'm sorry. Like 3 people talked at once. Sophia first. Stop moving! This is why I hate using combat. This is why I hate using combat maps. 8 people are doing shit once. I can't tell you what you can and can't do. One at a time. Sophia.
Sitting still, starting to draw and work on her funny magic scroll thing.
Okay. Walker, you had something.
Do I see the creature?
No.
Walker is actively looking for it.
All right. Simon, you had something?
I have a few things. Simon's gonna ask Walker to watch this hallway, or corridor, whatever you want to call it.
Walker is already on it.
Onyx, I'm gonna send Onyx down this hallway, the one without the skulls, to see if it's a safe spot for time being.
Okay. How far down do you want Onyx to go?
Just to the very edge, 100 feet, so I can keep going. I'm moving small increments in case you want to pop out something at me.
Okay. All right. While Onyx is moving, what else is? Ishri is heading off.
Yeah, Ishri's gonna basically stay with the bulk of the squishy people.
Can you define? You mean like Simon?
Yeah, Simon and Owen.
Okay.
How dare you?
Owen has armor.
Doesn't mean he's not squishy underneath.
I think Rom is going to carefully watch the ceiling so that, like, hopefully nothing will sneak past them, even though, like, there's the bubble there.
From people keeping their eyes peeled, I would like perception checks. Simon, you do note as Onyx is continuing down, for the sake of ease, we're just going to stop Onyx there, but as Onyx is continuing down, you would notice that it gets it gets to the point where, like, you guys could make it. It would be a careful squeeze. Like, this is take off your armor squeeze. This is like your packs you're going to be taking everything out of your packs and sliding it one by one thing. But it does seem possible.
So you're saying that's the place to fucking board up?
I'd like to examine the bones.
Okay, there's about a 12, 15 foot cliff here. They are at the bottom of.
Oh, and if you let me go down first, I can boost you back up.
And I suppose you'll just jump? He kind of smiles a little bit.
Exactly.
I could also cause you to levitate, and you can just go up and down.
We could just use rope.
Oh, that works.
That would be better. Yeah, that would be smart.
Walker hands some high-quality hempen rope that he bought back in Varen Harbor.
I thought we were using his rope for the
He bought 2 lengths of rope for that.
Oh,
Hey,
sweet.
it's a clever guy right there.
Also, 50 feet.
Is there like a rock we could tie the rope to? Is there something at the top of the cliff? Yeah, but Evian wants to go down.
Directly at the top of the cliff, there is not. Like, how much rope do you have?
50 feet.
I mean, you could try and, like, jam it into some of the bigger rocks over here.
No,
could I tie it? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, you could jam it into something over there.
Yeah, I'll do that. And if the rope isn't long enough, I have another 50 feet.
Should be. It's not that far.
As you start kind of like pulling, seeing what's give me a athletics check. Find some nice solid rocks.
Oh my god! Did you just?
Oh.
And you see one jutting out. You go to yank it, and as you pull it, it completely gives way and starts tumbling forward. You fall onto your back, like on the rocks, like 5 feet up into it, like up here. and like you onto your back. You've got like rocks digging into your back, and then one of the rocks starts crawling up the wall. Just
Love it.
very slowly. The one that you, upon second glance, it looks like the one that you were starting to like pull out after you dropped it. It begins crawling up the wall.
Walker,
I'd like to move back and push Simon back with me.
Does Walker see the funny movement?
Yes.
Walker's gonna immediately
I would
swing
point
around
it
and
out.
crossbow the movement and try to glean what the fuck he's looking at.
Yeah, what are we looking at? The thing?
Best you can tell, it looks kind of like a stalagmite with like barbed tentacles, like a squid-ish on the bottom. And it's just pulling itself up the wall slowly.
Evie and Simon, get back.
Yeah, I would be pushing.
It begins
Simon
to like
back.
it gets about 6-7 feet up, so it's like, you know, near the top of the cave-in, and it kind of begins like shuddering a bit, and then this dark mist begins to fill around it.
Oh fuck!
Do I know what this creature is?
Give me an Ishri.
Hey, Logan. Can
Yeah.
you move your token 5 feet back? I'd be
yeah, I'm
like,
sorry.
shoving
Give
you
me a
back.
nature
No.
check.
Can Ishri as well or not?
Oh, I hate this.
No, you have no idea. It's not, whatever it is, it's not completely natural, but you're not exactly sure, Owen.
Can I establish something?
Yeah.
Walker doesn't like the funny black mist.
It only exudes for about 10 feet close to you.
So where does it keep ping where it stops?
Stops about
Does it
where
stop,
Evian
like,
is.
right there?
Yeah, no, about where
Okay.
Evian is.
I don't
Yeah.
like that. But just, Evian, just get some of the bones for Owen and let's retreat.
Ishri
Right.
detects magic.
And Avian's gonna push back through the entire group.
We probably like to move to the side.
Yeah, and head down to the bones.
You didn't tie the rope yet. You're just climbing down there doing it
Yeah,
yourself.
I can make it back up just fine. I can just
Walker would've,
literally
like-
vertical jump.
Made sure one of the ends of the fucking rope is in like Ishri's hands.
There are several bodies further down the cave.
Human bodies?
Hold on one second.
Upon hearing this, could I send Onyx down?
And I am also pretty sure that that our friend is up ahead as well. I hear
It's
like
not the same sound at all.
I hear like a massive slithering.
And I'm gonna grab one of the bones or a couple of the bones and jump back up.
The mist does begin to fade, and you have completely lost sight of those rocks. They have blended perfectly into the cave-in.
Upsetting.
Could Ishri detect magic, both down towards the mist and like down wherever she can see?
It's a 30-foot radius, isn't it?
Towards...
And divine sense, while we're at it, just for fun.
Just do everything. Remember,
I
divine sense is the only way we can tell when the fucking vampire.
don't know where Ishri is. Oh, Ram was on top of her. Ram was on top of her. I couldn't find her.
Ram was doing a piggyback ride.
I kind of want to move up 5 feet.
I'm checking
feel like I'm
divine
gonna regret it.
sense
Just
real quick.
wait for Onyx.
Don't do any movement without. We're not in combat.
Oh,
You don't
no,
get
yeah,
that.
yeah,
There is nothing that is pinging your divine sense right now. As for detect magic, there was definitely a bit of magic coming from that mist, but not the creatures themselves, which you have lost sight of as the mist fades.
Okay. Isha relays this. Nothing, undead or anything like that. But the mist was magical.
Hurry up with those bones. Let's get back.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a couple
It's
bones and
very
jump back
strange.
up. Oh, do I peek out 5 feet?
You want to? You don't need to move your
little
token.
bit.
You don't need to move
Do
your
it,
token. It's
coward.
your call.
Do it, coward.
Yeah, I will.
Are you trying to be stealthy?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Oh my god!
You-
Big.
Nice.
You peek around. Give me a perception check as well. Because Evian does not have dark vision,
Evian
so...
does not have dark vision.
Also, amongst the skulls, you can see the broken and now snuffed out torch.
Oh, good.
Good rolls, Mitchell.
You see You're barely making this out. It is, like, by the time your eyes are adjusted in the pitch blackness, it is only really through the faint echoing of the light of arcane energy and torches behind you that is lighting anything right now. But something large, I mean massive, looking like a giant coiled snake of some kind. You can't make out. It's probably at least 20, 30 feet in length.
That's a whole lot of fun.
You can also hear writhing all around it. Sounds much smaller. You do not currently see the that strange strangler, if you will. But other than that, you
I
would
see any,
notice
like-
eyes, very dull and red, staring at you.
Staring at me.
Yes, they are massive in
Like at me or in my direction?
in your direction.
Okay. And do I see any, like, I don't know, bodies, full skeletons, big skeletons?
Very vaguely, there are definitely corpses, some much fresher. It would be a lot easier to see if you had more light. Like, it's not so much the sea as it is, like, coming around, there's that, like, hint of the smell of decay.
Fun.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Does Evian say anything back to us?
Evian's going to grab some of the bones, jump back up to Owen,
With the help of
and
the
say,
rope.
he doesn't need the rope.
Okay.
Owen also, like, he like goes to give Evian a hand.
Jumps back.
back.
Evian will grab it, like, you know.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He clearly doesn't
It's a-
need it,
it's a
but like,
courtesy grab.
Yeah, exactly. And he will say, "There is something that is at least 40 feet long. I suggest we fuck off."
Walker.
What?
Not one to
Gigantic,
argue.
like
Begins to do
snake-looking
so.
thing. I think we leave now. This is not something we mess with.
Owen will reluctantly comply, but on the way, he'll try and think back to what he knows about giant subterranean serpents in the hills of Kintaran.
Give
As
me,
we're walking, Evian will hand Owen the bones as well.
Casually.
give me a nature check.
Does Owen remember Ekans, the Garish snake god?
I know so much about sneaky snakes. Okay, that's pretty
Oh my
big.
god!
That's pretty big.
Can
I be friends with it?
Based on Evian's description, if accurate, what you have probably come upon is the clutch and home of a basilisk snake.
Oh, Jesus.
I've already been turned to stone once. I don't want to fight this thing.
They are one of the more dangerous predators, though, given the fact that they can kind of eat at their own leisure, they're not incredibly... They would obviously be aggressive if you came into their home, but... Yeah. There's not a lot of, It's very much a leave them alone. They don't come near civilization for the most part. They're going to stay in, you know, dark places where they're kind of, you know, safe and not at worry.
Are there any do I know any stories about like Garish folk heroes who use mirrors to?
Oh, they do not. They do not look at you to turn you to stone. It is their poison that does so.
Oh fuck.
Oh, like the funny.
They are
bird.
not technically basilisks in any sense. They are a snake that has poison that turns you to stone, or something akin to it. You have obviously never observed someone under the effects of it, but the stories go that like your muscles seize up, you become unable to move, and as the poison kind of draws to the surface, it gives your skin a very grayish hue, as if turning to stone. It's much easier to cure. It's not exactly magical, or at least not in the same way, so it is much easier to deal with, much less dangerous, but they do get massive. They get, like, at biggest, like, if they're left unattended and they're just in the wilderness, stories of them getting 60, 70 feet. Sometimes a bit bigger. You would note, like, as you're kind of thinking on it, width-wise, yeah, that makes sense for this cave. That makes sense.
What, like it could slither up out of there at us if it wanted to?
Yeah, and that would be about all the room. Also, rather than having very fine scales, it has very rough rock-like scales. It's like a hide of armor. Like a hide of fucking rock armor on it.
Realizing that, can Owen cast a glance around for a cast-off scale or something?
Give me an investigation check. See if you can.
He's not like spending time on it. Like it's more, you know, if we like happen, like if he sees something that he's like, I know what that is on the way back.
All right. I'll allow perception check. I was gonna. Well.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Just as a glance, I was gonna say perception with disadvantage, but all right. Yeah, just kind of. You at a glance without spending more time, you can't immediately tell. Scales would look very similar to rocks. There is a moment. The briefest of moments where you consider that may not be a cave-in over there. It may have been it kind of shedding.
Owen suppresses a shiver. And then takes a look at the bones, I guess.
And we all fuck off, right?
Yeah, and we all fuck off. Owen, move.
Go all make your way back to the
rear.
Sophia. And
you're gonna have to fight Evian for rear.
Oh my, they both like the butt stuff.
And as you guys make your way back, all here.
Where is he?
I just got Onyx all the way back. You guys know you can use the direction buttons to move, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you click on your character and you can use up, down, left, right, the arrow keys.
Oh my god, that's super neat.
The only issue
I know that at all.
I don't have arrow keys. Hey, Rom, are you gonna move or are you just hanging out here?
Sorry.
Rom's just enjoying the fucking. Oh, I wonder if there's any rocks though.
Rom's like, man, do I love snakes.
But no,
I'll make it to the D&D again.
I apologize. We got a little off topic there. You guys make your
So
way
we
back.
all go back. We did it.
The group would know about the separate path that was super small.
I don't think it's worth our time.
I don't want to spend too much time lore dumping Owen right now. The other thing to note is basilisk snakes are more dangerous when they're younger, when they're still growing, than they are like once fully grown. You know, they've got their sustenance. It puts them in, you know, a stasis-like state where they can kind of eat them at their own leisure. But when growing, they need to eat a lot more, a lot quicker. They're more active. They have to find their own dens, things like that. That's when they're much more dangerous. But anyway, you were looking at the bones.
Yeah, so if I look down at the bones, are they like, you know, old?
Give me a medicine check. See if you can figure out how old they are.
Minor bones.
No. Some of them are pretty old. Most of them are probably like within the last few years or so. Like, it's not like they're so old and brittle that they're like getting ready to fall apart. They're not incredibly well beaten. They've been sitting a while and they're not commonly interacted with.
Do they have like, based on the first creature that we saw, do they have like
markings?
marks or
Yes.
something?
Yes. This thing has, you can see like little like circular waves of just teeth marks where it looks like this thing just chews everything off the bone.
So once everyone is safely ensconced in Sophia's funny bubble, Owen's going to, he's gonna like, looking over the bones, he's gonna like explain, the gist of what he's realized in the past few moments. And like, I think it's pretty apparent, like, Owen's a bit nervous about the fact that there's a giant, mega dangerous serpent, like, just around the corner there.
Yeah, hanging out.
Like, he seems to, the fear he exhibits is not like, we probably shouldn't just go walk into Boralys because that would be dangerous. Like, it's more of like this is a monster like from his childhood that he's heard stories about, and Evian claims that there's one like right over there, and it's like pretty big, and that's probably not a good thing to be hanging out next to.
Yeah, definitely it is a case of the idea of someone wanting to hunt one, while not suicidal, is definitely one of those things that if you're in Kintar and you're like, I'm gonna go, it's like, all right, well, man, I think we had a great friendship. See you in the next life.
Nice knowing you.
Yeah. It's very much like, it's not completely suicidal, but like, you're probably not gonna find one. But if you do, you're probably not gonna kill it, especially not on your own. One errant bite and you're probably fucked.
Are these great serpents, are they like natural creatures?
As far as you know, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so he'll like that, like I said, he's got that kind of like, like he's describing the boogeyman or something. That's how he talks about it.
It's your equivalent of an elephant to Ishri.
So, I'm going to take it that we can't just barricade this cave off then.
I mean,
Alright.
Walker, what
We'll
kind
not
of
stop it.
what kind of crude barricade could we construct that would stop a 40-foot serpent?
He's got a fair point.
I suppose so. You mentioned it's a full-grown snake that would be dormant.
Unless a party of errant travelers stumble up across its den, waving torches around, probably.
I mean, if it considers us as a potential snack that's just walked in, I wouldn't bet our lives on that, personally.
If that first creature is hanging about, that probably means that if what you say is true, Ishri, that it takes whatever's left, which means that it's got to be feeding at least, every once in a while. Otherwise, there'd be nothing for it to scavenge.
Owen, between your knowledge of the basilisk serpent and Ishri, your knowledge of things very similar to this strangler, you guys would be able to pretty much put together, especially Ishri, the strangler, such a horrible name, is definitely intelligent enough to be able to essentially use this as kind of a trap and trick things into coming in.
Oh.
So it lures something in, and then the basilisk gives it the om nom, and then it takes whatever's left.
Do we need to stay here? I think it's foolish to stay here with those things.
I mean,
Another follow-up question, Ben. If there's one that's this big here, does that mean that there's probably not more around, since they would have to compete for food or something? Like,
yeah, you would be able to
something
draw
like
that intonation. There is probably not going to be another one of that size around here. They're another one, much like giants and their ilk. Something that you would be more likely to hear about or see far in the mountains than you would anywhere around here. One is a possibility, but the idea of there being more of that size is... The bigger worry would be the children going out. Because generally they leave the den once they're big enough that they can consume, you know, small to medium humanoid-sized creatures. So, you know, 10 to 15 feet at least. And, how well did you do your nature check?
Pretty good. It was like 23.
Okay, 23, yeah. From what you've read, they theorize that, in a single clutch, they lay anywhere between 20 and 300 eggs.
Oh, fuck.
Christ.
They have the fish mentality of if you lay enough, some have to survive.
Yikes.
So, Walker, about that horse and how we're going to get it out of here.
Walker just kind of glances over at it.
It cannot see you
Yeah,
doing
I
that
guess
because it's outside the bubble.
I guess that is a thing. What kind of scratches his forehead?
You said, Ishri, you said you could, what was the word that you used? Levitate?
Yes. Do you want me to levitate the horse out of here? Someone would have to kind of like haul it up because it's not true flying. It just kind of floats. But I could haul it up. Yes.
I mean, can't Rom potentially actually make it fly?
I could.
That's a
Is
weird
giving
thought.
a horse the ability to fly a good idea? Will it be able to control it?
Mm.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't be able to.
Well, choose one. We should leave.
I personally would prefer not giving the horse the power of choice in flight, so I will just make it levitate and grab it.
What does that mean? I mean,
She doesn't trust horses.
it should be.
Horrifying.
It should be like owl, right? It's not a real horse. Did it act like a horse? How long was I asleep?
It does vaguely act like a horse, yes.
Ate right out of my hand at that.
Well, I suppose that's I suppose that's something.
I mean, the owl also eats.
Well, what are you trying to say? Don't talk about my friend Onyx like that.
I'm saying that he's a magical construct that can eat. That doesn't mean the horse is a real horse. It's also a magical construct, although it can act like and eat like a horse.
So can you not just dismiss it? So we do not have to.
I'm saying it probably
works?
has a different intelligence than a regular horse.
Walker walks outside the bubble towards the horse, kind of looking a bit sheepish almost.
It kind of looks at you confused as it stands up completely and just looks confused at you.
Right. This is all very confusing, but we do need to leave now. What kind of glances at the...
We don't have to rush. We still have the bubble for a little bit. It probably can't go through it because it's magical, but we do have to get soon.
Walker kind of glances up at the hole in the exit and back to the horse. It'll probably be difficult getting you out.
Your horse nods in agreement.
Walker kind of like just kind of pauses at that before nodding.
It begins like looking at the rope that you tied off there and like grabbing at it a bit with its mouth and kind of just looking back at you.
Right. They said I've seen I don't know, Simon get rid of his owl. I don't know if that works the same way here. Could you go away for a bit? Well, it sounds like you feel a bit bad about asking that. Then I can dismiss the horse as an action.
You see as your horse, she looks very sad at the idea as you ask, and like kind of gives you like these puppy eyes.
Walker just fucking curses to himself. Actually feeling bad now.
And then, like, it kind of, like, grabs at, like, the scruff of your shoulder with its mouth and, like, pulls you towards it. The basic intonation being, come on, we can figure out a way out of this. And it, like, then stands proudly and starts, like, almost, like, marching in place, looking up at the hole.
Walker's gonna pet the horse on the neck and just not do anything else and hope the others have an idea. Or enact one of their previous ideas.
Is the hole... Like, is the issue that the horse would have to climb out of it, or is the issue that the hole's not big enough?
So it's probably like I believe I described it as like a 60 or 70 degree, maybe 80 incline. Like, you guys slid almost directly down. That's why Walker had the rope. But also, you chopped a hole large enough that a human can vertically fit up and down it. Like, through all of the stuff.
So not only can the horse not climb, but it also can't fit.
Yes.
So.
I mean, I can just reduce it temporarily. It can just be a small horse. For a few minutes.
While they figure that out, Walker's gonna climb the rope and start hacking up a big enough hole to get the horse through.
It begins just like occasionally just jumping up with its front two legs and just stomping down excitedly and then nodding at you and kind of...
So, Sophia, let me get this straight. You can make the horse smaller.
Yes.
And then Ishri, you can make it...
I mean, if I make it like dog size, we just need to pick it up and bring it with us.
Well, but if Ishri uses her magic, then it won't weigh anything, right?
Yeah, but we don't need to do that. It's gonna weigh less if it's smaller.
I could literally just bring it up. And...
We only need one
Carry it
spell.
like a fucking suitcase.
Walker, would your horse mind being small temporarily?
Yeah, are you like sticking your head outside the bubble and asking that?
Walker just kind of like pauses as he's hacking away vines with like a short sword or something.
From up top, you like stick your head down. Your horse turns and just like looks kind of excited.
Walker kind of looks from the horse to, I guess, Sophia, who is either within or without the bubble, and just maybe.
Sophia tries to look to the horse. Would you mind being small?
I'd like to. Owen would like to also peek his head out and give Walker's horse an encouraging nod right behind Sophia.
She begins to like turn and like look at Walker, and then she begins to like curl up and try and make herself small and begins nodding. Almost excitedly.
To mention then, it's not, it was fucked up on the actual sheet, but the horse does have an intelligence of 6.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Evian then, if you're gonna be carrying the horse, this can only last a minute.
Oh, that's fine.
Also, it'd probably be best if I do this last, since the horse can't come back in the bubble and I can't cast through the bubble.
Okay.
So once you guys are all out, I'll walk out of the bubble and then I'll make Walker's horse. Do you have a name for your horse, Walker?
A name?
Yeah, I feel funny calling it Walker's horse all the time.
You definitely
probably
have to
a
name
name.
your horse. Go ahead, have a name.
Walker's since put his like fucking his sword away and just kind of scratches the back of his head.
I imagine Walker's calling this conversation from up top where he was hacking.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Sophia keeps popping off her head and yelling up.
Sin.
Sin?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, as soon as we're done packing up the things that we have here and walking up there, I'll make the bubbles disappear, make the horse tiny, and then Evian and me can walk up back with Sin.
The thing needs to be reloaded to show on the map, but the sheet has changed to Sin.
So you don't need to make the hole any bigger, Walker. It'll be fine.
Walker kind of just doesn't even yell. It just right. He's probably here in the distance. I can't do falling.
The weight is gonna go down from is gonna be reduced to 1/8 of its normal weight. So I don't know average war horse weight, but it'll be 1/8 of that.
Okay, so oh my god, so it's gonna be like the size of like a fucking like a big Labrador Retriever now.
Basically,
tiny horse.
Adult horses are 840 to 2,200 pounds. let's say it's really fucking big.
I mean, yeah, so 1,500, so an eighth of that.
8. That's 250 pounds.
Still
pretty
yeah,
big.
at least 200 pounds. This is a fucking... Okay, so this is still like a fucking big ass... It's as big as a dog can get.
Maybe we make it fly.
I mean, we could just push it through at that point, but we can also make it fly.
Walker, you hear a voice behind you. And who in the fuck do you think that you are?
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Oh Jesus.
what's that?
Walker is going. Wait, was there an accent there?
Yes.
What was the accent like?
First off, yes, it was a Garish. They were speaking Garish, and they sounded very foreign.
Shit. Walker's gonna put his fucking hand to his hand crossed with his side and quickly turn and try to see who's talking to him.
You see a man, kind of haggard, red beard, dark cloak up, can't make out much of a face. A small, silvery...
Red beard?
Yeah, haggard-ish red beard, maybe 40s. A small lantern of fireflies at his belt. Yes, a lantern full of fireflies at his belt, which is the only light being given off.
So this person doesn't look red band.
You don't see a red band on him.
Walker kind of, like, he was pretty tense as he turned, but immediately kind of relaxes a bit. What am I... give her...
Go ahead and give me a wisdom save. Walker?
Okay. Alright.
For the record, also...
Can I say my first... Can I say my first line before I make the save?
No, as you were examining him, I'm going to cast it. Can you also get your character down here?
I don't know where... Okay.
Oops.
Huh.
That's pretty nice. It's cool. Yeah, he seems real cool.
Walker already thought that he didn't seem too dangerous, so I'm not going to change my thing. You ever find a horse in a hole?
Well, if this is the start of a joke, I mean, I'm more than willing to
Unfortunately,
listen.
it isn't. Walker says with a glance down. Currently working on how to get a full-sized horse out of a...
I didn't put it in there. Did you put it in there? Is that what happened?
Walker, who the fuck are you talking to?
Someone up there?
Well, at this point, he backs up a couple feet, and you see him begin to conjure something arcanely in his hand.
Hey, hold on. We're not here to cause trouble.
Obviously, but you already have, and he motions to where you have butchered up this tree.
Is he my druid friend?
Okay, I did do that, but it's to try to get the horse out.
I didn't put the horse in there, so how did the horse get in there? That is what I want to know.
Walker just sighs. I think that one's my fault as well.
Well, wait just a minute now. You're telling me you heard a horse in here, you somehow put the horse in, and then you destroyed my tree to get into here to bring the horse out?
It's not...
And now you got other people in there.
That's your choice?
That's dangerous. You're not with the Red Band, are you? Working with them?
No. Are you?
He kind of looks a little closer. No, I'm trying to deal with this problem. Now, who exactly are you?
Walker, can I insight this guy? You see it's not in Red Band, or am I unable to...
You are currently charmed. I think he's a very swell, nice guy.
So what's the last thing you said?
Now, who are you? I'm not with the Red Band. I'm not with anyone, exactly. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. Now, why are you busting up my trees and putting horses in my hole?
Sorry. It's your hole?
But not strictly speaking, it's not my hole, but kind of.
You know, it's like monsters in there.
Yes, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Brilliant?
Yes. I'm not about to fight the Red Band myself.
So this is your answer to the Red Band?
He gives a very excited nod.
Hang on, I think you want to talk to my friends. I
don't think I want to talk to your friends. Who are you working with? I think that's what I would like.
Well, I guess I'm mainly here for my friend Owen.
He just kind of like taps his foot a couple times. Your friend Owen. And you're not working for the Red Band. So why in the hells are you here in the lands of Kintar? What exactly is there that you could possibly be getting out of all this?
I think he's really swell, right?
Yeah.
Charm, I usually see it as it's a friend that you feel like you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, like a very close friend.
It's the type of thing we don't want to be telling too many people about. But
Well, I understand.
most people don't.
What do you mean, but don't tell him?
Walker's not being very loud. He is being a bit quiet with this one since
Sophia would say to the rest of the group, maybe you guys want to head up and go see what's going on. I'll stay here.
Can I start climbing up?
As you come, he's like, your friends are. I don't. Sorry, what was that?
The Red Band are more dangerous than you might think. Like, not just to people here, but everywhere. And that's something we hope to address.
Walker's being uncharacteristically nice, so I'm going to continue moving up.
As you start to get towards the thing, he just, but nice if you'd stay back right about now.
Oh, it would be nice of you to fuck off.
Hey, hang on. Seriously.
Do you know this guy, Walker?
Not exactly. I mean, we just met him, but he's not with the Red Band, it seems.
That doesn't mean he's on our side.
I mean, it means something.
I'm just staring at Walker.
No, but think about it.
Can I attempt to move past Walker?
Who would be?
I mean, you have to climb up the fucking rope.
That's fine.
Okay,
who
you start to move up it.
Who in Kintaran? Who's going to be against the Red Band, but also be a danger to us?
I don't know. Just normal bandits.
I would say the snake in there under normal circumstances.
It's one guy.
Evian, as you start to climb up the rope, he is going. This gentleman is going to go ahead and hold out a hand and then burn and destroy the rope, and you tumble back down it.
That's my fucking rope.
Don't worry, I can fix it once your friend starts listening to me.
How tall is the?
About 18, 20 feet, maybe total. Just gotta get right. Start just run up it.
Yeah. I can just jump. I don't even need to use a key point. I can just jump up.
Fall back a few feet, and you catch and start running up it, and he. Your friends are kind of rude, honestly.
You're kind of.
It's
weird.
I don't like
stressful situation. I can tell that Walker's being weird, right?
I mean, yeah.
I travel with magic people. Can I tell if this is magic?
You made an insight check.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, well,
This is uncharacteristic of Walker. The idea of it being magic is definitely not without merit.
Have you cast a spell on him? He's not a nice person.
I did not know if I could trust him or not, so yes, I went ahead.
How about you drop that, and then we can talk seriously?
Give me a persuasion check.
Hey!
Oh,
if that's what you want, then, and Walker, the arm. And I'm going to apologize for that.
Deeply. Why is it always me?
Not something that I'm always interested in doing.
Right.
Walker, are you back?
Walker just kind of waves his hand, like dismissively not wanting to fucking acknowledge the fact that he was fucking gotten.
Again.
Listen, I'm sorry about your tree and your hole. We don't plan on staying here.
So you still didn't tell me about the horse. How did you get a horse in the hole without destroying my tree?
So as it turns out, no. I made the horse, with magic.
Why didn't you just open it with that? That would have made this a lot easier, now, wouldn't it have?
Well, I didn't know you weren't with the Red Band at first.
If I were with the Red Band, there'd be 40 more of me, and I'd have already burnt and pillaged your corpse.
Who are you?
I also want to know who you are.
He excitedly extends a hand. And As he does, he introduces himself. Hello, O'Halloran. I'm with the Gravesend.
I'm sorry.
I'll need both of those one more time.
Yeah. He's with the Gravesend? And I heard, like,
With the
Mahogany
Gravesend.
Wagawind.
Hello, O'Halloran.
Oh,
With the
Milo.
Gravesend.
Walker, Evian,
recognize eyes
should
or
we all come up? Are things okay?
I think you are fine
start
to
getting
come
out
up.
of there.
Well, there's no rope.
Evian will lower his rope that he has.
Walker's gonna retreat. Was the stake also fucked up? Or
No, he
is that
just conjured a flame that burnt the rope.
Okay, Walker will grab the stake.
Yeah, I'll just lower my rope and pull people up.
This is kind of like one of those little, those jester carts where more and more people come coming out of your hole. Yeah, like I saw this show once out in Nashdween many years ago.
So, Milo, good to meet you, I guess. I'm
And your name? Huh?
Oh, did you not?
He's
hear
talking to me.
I did not hear you. No. What was yours?
My name's Evian.
Evian. Well, the pleasure is all yours.
And Evian will shake his hand if his hand is still outreached.
Yes. Shakes your hand proudly.
One hand holding the rope, one hand shaking this guy's.
Right. Who did you say you were with?
I'm with the Gravesend.
Could you tell us a bit more about that? You sound like you're
He narrows
at
his
least
eyes
against...
a bit. Not especially, I'm not exactly in the realm of wanting to be telling people about what I do.
Well, maybe more to tell. Owen, get on up here.
Owen's been
On his way up.
No, he's been like trying to like maybe not corral is probably the wrong word, but like he's with the horse and he's trying to get Ishri to cast her spell so that he can fucking put the horse under his arm and like try to get up that way.
It's gonna be 200.
As you guys,
No,
but she's got levitate.
as you guys deal with this, we will go ahead and take a quick break. So, as the rest of you make your way up, the level of surprise on this gentleman, Milo, seems to grow little by little.
Walker would have specified how many people are coming.
We don't have any trouble getting Sin out of the hole.
Are you
Say it like that.
reducing her size?
Sure. If we do reduce, then we can just kind of like hold up and push her up, I guess.
Yeah, you just have to do it vertically.
Yeah. Sure. I'll cast a reduce, the fun magic spell that I've learned recently. Well, this is the first time I do this. We got 1 minute to get her out.
Considers
Alright.
protesting this new magic being tested on his horse, but does not.
All right. Athletics checks from the two people helping get the horse out.
It's me.
Why is it you?
I don't know because
just
everyone
haven't-
else left.
You should.
I just have
Sorry, I
from
was
above.
worried about my friend getting magically assaulted.
From above, you could hold up the rope, and if the horse is gonna hold onto it with its mouth,
Am I allowed to do? Am I able to do that then?
Yeah, go ahead.
like help pull up while somebody is pushing
Yeah.
the
So
horse up.
Owen pushes while Evian pulls.
Evian doesn't do a great job.
Owen does an adequate job for his own strength level.
Why?
Let me say, like, when you make Sin small, she looks disappointed. She seemed to be thinking, actually, Walker, you can feel her disappointment at thinking she was going to be pocket-sized. It's a wild feeling to feel her emotion.
Who's up top with Walker at this point?
Simon and Evian, it looks like.
I would have done this as well when everybody else is back up, I'm assuming. So I'm assuming besides for Owen, everybody's out.
Okay.
Walker would, I guess, say to
Sure.
people around.
Because the bubble goes down when I do this.
Yeah.
So I told everybody to get out first multiple times.
Has something now? So Walker would look like almost shocked a bit, and then say some lines of, "I know she wanted to be pocket-sized."
Oh, sorry, Sin. I didn't know quite how much the reduce spell would work.
She seems to consider for a second and then nod as Owen's like pushing and Evian's pulling and she's doing all she can. Let's get a Sin athletics check, see how that works.
Sin's probably lighter
don't-
than fucking
do this
Evian
to
at
me,
this
Yeah.
point.
man.
She is.
Yep.
I think it's just a base
Embarrassing.
strength.
Yeah, it would just be base strength. She's not proficient.
It's not bad though.
Yeah, and with she's digging her hooves in and like jumping forward, and Evian, you're like stumbling a bit because like she jumps and you lose all that weight on the rope that you're pulling every time she does. You're like, oh, and you catch yourself a little bit further down. It looks kind of like Evian's trying to do the world's lowest limbo right now. And you eventually get her up.
But if she's levitating, wouldn't she be weightless?
She's not levitating.
He's not levitating.
Not
We,
levitating.
we agreed we were only
Definitely thought
using
she
one
was
spell.
And you
One
needed to make
spell
her.
is
She did not need to be weightless. She did need to be heckin' small.
She's so fucking small.
She seems
Like a big
proud
dog.
and like jumps up and kicks her back legs, and as she does, she gains back to her full size, nearly kicks Simon in the face about 6 inches away, and she like looks over almost embarrassed, looks over to see if anyone noticed.
We're all just staring at her.
Yeah.
Right, well, that was quite the show that you all put on. He looks to Sin and just immediately, how do you do? My name is Milo. Sin like leans down as if understanding, and immediately starts very proud. She kind of puffs out her chest a bit, and he certainly happy to be out of there then, aren't she? So, now then, down to the business at hand. You've gotten your horse out, so what are you doing in the cave? The hole.
Well, the immediate answer is
It
looking
is
for
pitch
shelter.
black, right?
It is the
Outside?
middle of the night, yes.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
There
immediate
is
answer
there
looking
is
for shelter.
lantern light from a firefly land.
Sophia, since it's already clear we've been using magic, we'll cast a couple dancing lights just so we can see around us.
Walker still looks pretty fucking tired, by the way. I feel like I should establish. He's didn't the like 30 minutes of sleep he got wasn't enough. He's still kind of running on fumes here.
Oh,
We were trying to find a place to sleep for the night, and we're hopefully safe, although it doesn't seem this is quite the spot.
gives a bit of a knowing nod. Just, yes, well, that is it's not the worst choice, but why exactly are you looking for a place to sleep here? It's a bit on the more dangerous side, right? Proper.
Like I said when your magic was affecting me. We have work to be done around here.
Work implies payment, so who exactly is going to be paying you?
I
It
think
implies it, it does not mean it.
I think that's quite enough questions from you.
I'm sorry, did you come home to have me in your home? Or was it
What?
quite the other way around?
Owen motions to the cave.
I feel like this would be more of your trap than your home.
Aye, not much to indicate it's anyone's home, is it?
Well, if it indicated it would give it away and be a little more dangerous now out here in the band territory. Now, wouldn't it?
Oh, but then if it's specifically made to not look like someone's home, you can't really blame us for not knowing.
He motions to the cavalcade of vines you destroyed. You sure did bust down the door now, though, didn't you?
We certainly
Again,
did.
not an actual
We
door.
did
I feel
not.
like it's understandable what we did. And once again, you have our apologies for it.
We found the
Shouldn't
cave, assumed it was not inhabited because there was no indication of it, and just we're trying to find a safe place to stay for the night, like I said. It was no intention of barging into your home.
You shouldn't have made it so fun to knock down the door.
Walker fucking glares at Ishri.
Sophia sighs and looks down, like holding her like face in her hand, like
What language is he speaking, Ben?
He is speaking Garish.
Accented, if I recall.
Well, then someone would have to translate that for Ishra. I'm assuming. Would Simon translate that?
No one tells him what she said.
I wouldn't translate that part, but yeah.
If this is your home, then surely you know of the monsters that dwell within.
Well, yes, I've been using them to deal with the red band problem. Someone else seems to be wanting to.
Is that who all the bones belong to?
The majority.
They haven't been here that long.
Snakes are the bones.
The bones.
Gives
the
a
red
nod.
band, not the bones.
That's why I said the majority. Trying to just, I come around and I put them on the right path, for lack of a better term. You got to focus them. Let them, find them working together, rather than have them hunting random travelers and hunters. You get them all together and piss on some red band, run away.
I mean, seems pretty reasonable to me as a tactic to get them out of the forest.
Are you familiar with the red band's movements in this area?
He pauses for a bit and shrugs slightly. I know that they move a lot. Mostly from city to city.
Have you been around here long?
He pauses and thinks. Number of weeks? 8, 10, 12?
What
Time's a bit
interest do
weird.
you have seeing the red band driven from these lands?
Well, mostly the fact that they'd try and kill me if they ever interact with me. It's... I have no... Kind of like holds a hand out. I have no interest in getting into the nitty-gritty of the war. I'm a neutral in all things the war. I'm just interested in finding out exactly why they want to kill me. By way of, getting rid of them. They chase me. I don't want to die, but I'm not much of one to fight on my own.
Who exactly are you working with?
The Gravesend.
The Gravesend. Does Sophia know anything about this?
A history check.
Does anyone?
I mean, Sophia might because... Nope.
Sophia, no, I will say...
These aren't like Garish. It's not a Garish thing.
No, I would say the other one would be... Simon.
History?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very history-focused thing.
There's a +6 and a +7 year old, a 2 and a 1.
Same result.
So yeah.
Fun.
I've never heard of
So,
it.
you're here for other reasons. You don't sound exactly local, and you are opportunistically leading Red Band members to their death.
Well, yeah, it's the only way to learn about them. If you try and learn about them while they're alive, they could lie, they could be pains in the asses, they can even kill you. Once they're dead, they can't lie. The dead, if of nothing else, cannot lie. That is one of the teachings of Asanakura. And at this point, he goes to his pack and he pulls out a rope with about 8 or 9 heads strung on it.
Oh!
So, you learn about history through the dead.
He gives a nod.
Something
That is quite interesting.
Walker's brow furrows deeply.
I've never heard of such a thing, but I suppose in a certain sense that makes sense. Although I don't quite agree in leading people to their death to learn about history.
Under normal circumstances, I would not, but the Red Band seem to be a bit of a right prick, so, you know.
Is your goal here to learn about things?
Yes, mostly what's going on with the war.
So you learn about history by going back behind wars and picking up skulls?
Well, corpses, skulls, things like that. These are heads, but yes, skulls work.
You have to preserve them.
He kind of pauses.
Like
I kind of do, but mostly because of the smell. And then, you know, that thing, the big gangly one. Kind of like wails his arms about like a man. That thing.
Yes.
It
Yes,
appreciates it more if they're still, you know, fresh enough to eat.
Hmm.
Did you bring that thing here?
No, they already had it. They already had something going on.
Who is this? Akor?
Isanakor, that is a... He kind of pauses a bit in thought as I take a drink of water. They're, a god, a founder, they're whatever they're needed. Isanakor is the teacher of history. A god of history. A god of absolute history. And the only thing that cannot lie, the only thing that cannot present an opinion or alter things, the dead.
They can't even if you speak to the dead, they won't have their own perspective of things. Their bias from their time living won't be affected.
That can be accounted for. The difference between the bias of the dead, the bias of the living, is the ways that they speak, because they are compelled to speak. They're compelled to give certain answers to certain questions that they may not be as interested in telling if they're so interested in telling at all.
I have such magic, and they are under no compulsion to answer your questions if they do not wish to.
Perhaps you do not have the capacity quite as openly as some other people.
I'd assume as well, if you do this for a while, you find the way to ask the question so that the person is more likely to respond to you in a very honest manner.
Even more than that, I'm not a man who is above lying to the dead. The dead do not matter. I'm not bringing their souls back. I'm just asking them a question.
Right, well, do you hold a grudge against us for what we've done here?
He considers for a moment, goes over to the tree of which you chop most of the roots up of and puts a hand on it. Closes his eyes. A moment later, turns back to you. Well, not if you're willing to apologize to her.
The tree?
She kind of looks around.
Yes, the tree.
Walker glances at Owen for the briefest of moments.
I've never realized we could speak with trees.
Owen grumbles something about you just need to know how to listen, but he doesn't say anything else.
Milo points at you in agreement. It really is a matter more of listening, of a sharing of emotions. You're not saying words the same way we do, but you know, you emit curiosity, and it will be able to give you back hope, or give you back pain, or any matter of so many different.
Wanting desperately for this conversation to come to an end so we can get some fucking sleep, Walker slowly approaches the vines, I guess, the roots, puts a hand on one of the ones that isn't cut the fuck up, and then says, "Sorry for destroying you. I did not realize what I was doing."
Milo gets a big smile at this.
Rom hides a smirk behind her hand.
And as you do, you guys notice an incantation from Milo, and the roots begin to regrow.
Walker takes note that the guy didn't need him to fucking say shit, and he was just being petty, but he doesn't say anything, and he steps back to rejoin the group.
Would it be possible for us to sleep the night wherever, or camp the night wherever you're going? I still would be quite curious about this whole gravesend.
He gives a quiet nod, and though I'm heading back down into my home here, right? He motions to the now once again covered entrance. Don't know so much about getting that horse back down there unless you want to go through all of the song and dance and getting them back out again.
I think we'll be fine finding our own spot to camp for the night.
We'll show you if nothing else it is safe.
Sophia looks very sad at the idea of leaving. But we could learn so much.
We have a mission.
But this man knows about the area and what the Red Band has told him so far. We could learn more about just everything concerning this.
If you have any particular questions, I feel like you should ask them now, Sophia.
I suppose. I mean, we should be safe in this area if he knows about how the monsters work usually. This might be our best bet to have a safe spot. He has no reason to try to do anything to us if he's just against the Red Band or here only for knowledge.
He also claims to have the allegiance of... I don't think you understand, Sophia, that the serpent that dwells within that cave is nothing like we have seen, nothing like we have heard of.
Sophia turns to the man. Would this snake try to attack us if we're staying nearby?
Oh no, I have an agreement with it. She would never.
As long as we don't go bother it, she won't try to bother us.
You are going to take the word of a complete stranger whose first act was to cast a spell on Walker that a gigantic serpent of legend is not going to hurt you because he says so?
You'd think I've not been doing this with all of you since the beginning.
Owen shrugs.
Whether you have or you haven't doesn't change
Sophia.
things.
No, instead you have an army of people who could have decided to kill me or imprison me at any point and obviously torture me if you ever felt the need to.
Well, that was your choice to make, Sophia. This is not just your choice to make. This falls upon all of us. I don't feel like it would be a good idea.
I agree.
I agree with Sophia for what it's worth. Seems nice. And I mean, worst case scenario, we put up the bubble.
If not, we can meet back up in the morning, because I would like to learn more about this.
Or whatever decision that you make, I'd wager you're better off making it sooner rather. The night grows on. Gives a little half smile. I take no offense to your decision either way. Oh, it is still strange to see mercenaries moving throughout the lands of Kintaran so haphazardly.
It wasn't haphazard until we were trying to leave, fearing for our lives from monsters within the cave.
Well, for what it's worth, if ever you find any of our bodies behind, you might have a few interesting things to learn about.
He gives a little look of curiosity.
There are other places in the world that are safer than this cave, Sophia.
I think there are a lot of places safer than this country right now, but we're all still here. He gives a little smile again. Either way. Interested.
I've made my decision. If you all decide to go find another camp, then we can meet back in this area in the morning.
At this point, he waves a hand, and you see as some of the roots begin to move and bend, and they actually make a stairway down into the cave.
Walker begins to look around to find a new place to camp.
Even's with Walker, looking for a new place to camp.
Ishri mumbles, it's very stupid to go alone. So she just kind of follows Sophia and says, I'll protect her.
Stay if you wish, but do not have time to wait around.
I don't think it's good to split up, but someone should keep her safe just in case. So
That was
she's
why
set
I
on it.
mentioned the worry of someone who has not been with us for very long coming on an important mission like this.
Well, it's your problem if you don't want to learn anything at any point where you can get knowledge. Have a good night. Sophia's gonna go down, settle down, and try to make her bubble. And actually, first she'll wait and see who would like to come.
Owen just shakes his head as she descends the stairs.
Walker's already looking for a noob spot.
Simon's conflicted.
Rom is kind of going to go uneasily with the OG party.
All right. Simon?
Is it just Sophia?
Sophia and Ishri
And Ishri,
currently.
apparently.
I will go with them.
And with Sophia and Ishri heading down the now stairs of root back down into the cave. Lit only by the dancing lights of Sophia and firefly lantern of So, with that, Walker, Owen, Rom, Evian, you guys first are looking for a new place to camp for the night.
Yep,
Yeah, you
somewhere relatively hidden, maybe by either bushes, trees, etc. Somewhere we'll have a
Preferably
decent...
above ground.
Yeah, somewhere we'll find a nice base camp to, be able to set up a nice base camp to explore the, you-know-what.
A survival check.
Can multiple people do this, or just
I'd say two of you can lead the charge here.
Owen, you're
It's
good at looking
me.
for things.
Bigly. I mean, respectable anyway.
Can I,
Bigly.
keep, like,
Bigly.
can I just keep like a general eye out?
Yeah, go ahead. Perception to make sure you guys don't get ambiguously bushed.
As I'm assuming Sin follows Walker and doesn't choose to go with the other.
There's a sad moment. Sin seemed to like you get that kind of sad emotion of the group splitting.
Walker would be more or less in that, right? So I made you black so that you could be harder to see at night. So we need to be careful not to be seen as we try to find a new spot. He's basically just talking to Sin about what we're doing.
Sin gives a nod and then kind of like after maybe 5 minutes kind of like stomps her left foot a couple times, like hoof on the ground, and turns and just like points at nothing.
Is there... Walker will look more carefully. Is there something she's pointing at?
Seems to be suggesting spots without really knowing what kind of spot you're looking for.
I'll just let Sin know that. Walker will tell Sin why that spot isn't ideal and continue looking.
She gives a nod and like immediately like takes charge, like front and center. You can feel the emotion of cluelessness as if she doesn't really understand.
Unfortunate.
She is pretending.
She's a big pretender.
So, with that, eventually, after maybe 45 minutes or so, you guys find a clearing a little bit further in the forest, a little bit further away from the mountains, and it's not perfect, but there's a nice down tree that looks like it's never been really interacted with. It's got a little bit of a termite problem, but like it's not real bad. It looks fairly recent, probably in one of the storms. There's a bit of a clearing, room to set up tents or sleeping bags. There's no immediate like place where anyone could see you, except maybe coming in the direction of the mountain, like from on top of it. So, in that sense, you're pretty safe here.
Walker, despite being tired, isn't going to just flop down to sleep bag and get to sleep. He's gonna begin setting up an alarm. Gonna use
Sorry, go ahead.
Gonna use my free cast from Primal Awareness. As Walker gets out some fucking little metal hooks and fishing line with bells attached to set up a little, perimeter
Classic.
around the spot.
All right.
Very classic. We hasn't done this since Illinois days, I don't think, or maybe the Shadowfell.
Well, that was Lenore happened after the Shadowfell as well, so.
Yeah, I don't know if we did it during that time though. Maybe, hard to say.
Anyway.
Yeah. Nick.
Owen, while Walker's doing that, he sets up. I think he can. I'm like pretty sure that he can set up a small campfire that won't be like, if you said there's like we have like a hollow, nobody's gonna find our tiny campfire. So that's what he's gonna do. But he does it like kind of irritably.
Yeah.
Google says it's not that hard to make a smokeless campfire.
Yeah, and even then, the smoke, if you make the campfire small enough, smoke's gonna dissipate before it would ever be seen by it.
He's kind of muttering to himself as he does it.
Apparently, dry materials are the best thing to use to lower the amount of smoke.
Correct. Seeing as smoke is just, I'm pretty sure it mainly comes from moisture, doesn't it? Or at least wood smoke does. I could also just be talking out of my ass.
Yeah, you are, you aren't.
I do not trust that man.
I don't distrust him, but I feel like we have no reason to interact with him further.
I tend to be distrustful of strangers, such as himself, whose first action is to cast a spell on you.
I mean, you find a strange person in the woods, what do you do? It's kind of
Follow them.
It makes sense to me.
That is... We came here
This
for
is a
reason.
dangerous place.
His aims aren't exactly aligned with ours. Even if he's not our enemy.
There is no help for it now. All we can do is hope that they catch up with us in the morning.
Ishri's naive enough to do something like this, but I'm shocked to see Simon do that.
Simon saw magic and he was interested immediately, I'm sure.
I thought his priorities were more focused than that.
They're not wrong. He could know useful information, but
He already said he didn't have any absolute information on their movements. That's what we're concerned about right now.
if something happens to them, what are we going to do about it?
Depends on how quickly we'll be able to intervene.
Aye.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to know about it first.
Point.
If they don't show up, then something happened. Simple as that. Which means we then need to go do something about it.
Ultimately, it was all of our individual choices that led us to this position. We all knew the risks, and they chose to take an additional one. Despite his words, Walker does seem to be less than... He doesn't seem to be so cold. It's more of like he does seem to be a bit upset about the idea. Sorrowful, even.
part of me wanted to go with them, Imagine what it would be like to talk to such a creature as a basilisk serpent.
But then it is also banking on the trust that this agreement is seen through by a creature that may or may not be intelligent. What if it just changes its mind?
And thus I am here, Evian. Still will.
Rum kind of shudders. I don't even like small snakes that much. But a
That
big
was
one.
by far the biggest snake I've ever and ever will see.
Oh, we got a young Evian. Who knows?
Let me rephrase. That is the biggest or the biggest snake I hope to ever see.
During the conversation, Walker has been getting ready for bed, more or less.
Evian as well. Oh my god, we're gonna take single watches. Doesn't happen.
We got an alarm.
It covers us not everywhere.
Yeah. It's a good amount of the camp.
That's why Sophia always puts at least 2 up.
Well, it's not the same magic. Walker's isn't even magic.
Fair enough.
It's funny hooks and bells.
Oh, you guys are making your way to bed?
Yeah.
Sir,
A very uneasy bed.
Watches or no?
Yeah.
absolutely.
No, dude, we're just gonna fucking camp out here in the
We're just gonna raw dog the
territory with
forest, I
half of us underground with a spooky guy with a giant snake. We're just gonna chill, man.
Without
the
any
spooky
bubbles.
guy.
All right, so in that case, give me first watch.
Who
Evian will
is
take-
first watch?
Evian will take first.
It is quiet. The campfire already kind of crackling to almost nothing by the time you're finished eating. Night grows long. The sounds of nothingness in nature take over. Next watch.
Where's Sin at? Is Sin just kind of chilling nearby?
Is Walker actually sleeping this night or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was trying to get to sleep the whole night. Looks like
Sin
there's only 4 of us
is
he's gonna need
right
to.
next to Walker.
Gotcha. I imagine Walker has to do it. He does have to do a watch tonight since there's only 4 of us.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's
Poor
still
bastard.
a night's rest, but you
You
know.
can take the last watch.
He gets
Who does he
6
even wake up?
hours.
Evian will
only
wake up
gets-
Owen. Or Rom, rather.
Okay.
Perception check, please. The unerring quiet and constant drone of bugs and wildlife is the most boring fucking thing on the planet. And maybe that's a good thing, right? Hopefully your friends aren't getting mauled.
Fully.
They aren't. Tell you what.
And before we come back to watches, let's go see what the rest of the party's doing.
Oh.
Okay.
Roll death saves. Let's go.
Alright. So, as Sophia heads down with Ishri short behind, Simon, you bring up the rear a minute later after thinking about, which way to go, following routes, which have formed a nice staircase, a much easier way down than the way you guys came last. Yeah,
Am I
Yeah,
alone right now?
Wait for
No,
everybody. No, you're
Sophia
not.
and Ishri are ahead of you.
Oh, okay, good.
And
Just saying,
Sophia has the
how far
dancing
out-
lights still.
how far are we?
Milo turns and... This isn't going to be problem or nothing, is it? I mean, I don't want to be getting in the way of friendships or whatever it is you guys are closely guardedly doing.
I don't believe it'll be an issue long term. It might be for the next little while, but that's okay. I'm here to gather information, and I would like to learn more about this very interesting thing called the grave scent. Would you terribly mind if I still put up the spell I have that creates a bubble around us? It'll make me feel safer.
By all means, if it makes you feel safer, then I have no problems at all.
Sophia would briefly explain how you can, if you stay inside, you can walk in and out as you wish. It'll make the temperature feel nicer, and it stay comfortable in the little hut that she makes. And then she'll cast it over the course of 2 minutes. If anybody else is doing anything during that time.
I mean, we have to stay nearby, but Ishri has her sword out, and she's just kind of like on edge, watching the guy, watching the cave entrance, just ready to go if need be.
After a few minutes, shortly after Sophia finishes the bubble, the roots begin to recede back into the dirt and earth, and the cave entrance begins to seal up.
Well, we're here now, I guess. Fuck.
Would you mind?
I apologize. Please continue, miss.
I was just going to ask if you mind terribly if I have a few questions.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that the more scholarly sort are always more than interested in the strange things me and my ilk are apt to do on a daily basis. Oh, at this point, he does, like, pause, and you can tell he's been eyeing Ishri quite a bit. And he just kind of, like, looks to you, Sophia, and then to Simon, and just... What's her deal? What exactly is going on with her?
Does anyone translate this? Anyone translate everything?
Simon will be translating
point, yeah.
everything.
Sophia will translate that at that point. Or if Simon doesn't right away.
Simon's usually a translator, that's why I kind of came with.
She only knows Lenorian.
I have a
Or
skin condition.
Elvish as well, but...
He just kind of raises an eyebrow. I don't really speak that much Lenorian. Skin something?
Yes,
Skin condition. Something kind of looks
Is that skin condition
Sophia
not going
looks at
outside
each-
in a couple of years? Decades? Or...
I will not be explaining any more than she is comfortable saying. I do apologize.
At this point,
I'll
he
translate.
sits down, taking his cloak off. As he does, he kind of, like, also, like, listening to Ishri talk about her skin condition, he, like, holds out the lantern just to get a better look at her, and as he does, the, you see as the fireflies come out of the lantern and carry the now no longer emitting light lantern over to her face. And he
Ishri just gives him a big smile.
He smiles back in the same exact way. Like, his hands on his fucking, like, on his shins. He just rocks back and forth a little bit and gives that same smile. Where are you from? That you never come across an elf with some sort of skin condition like this before? And don't get me wrong, I've seen some pale ones out in, you know, the Alcidians, but nothing quite like this.
Oh, have you traveled a lot?
Sophia translates.
More than I would care to admit, really.
It's from some place you've never been.
Sophia translates.
He looks to Simon and Sophia. How does she know where I haven't been?
This is a very peculiar place, let's just say. I've not been there myself.
How does she
Neither
know?
has Simon, from my understanding.
But how does she know?
Sophia translates the question.
I have very powerful magics. You should not mess with us.
Sophia just chuckles a little bit and then says it in the most serious face she can get.
Wait,
At this point, Simon's gonna sit down.
I'm not intent on messing with you. I was just curious why, worried it might have been, you know, red band. Where's somewhat upon me and mine? I thought it would be in my best interest, get the upper hand. I apologize if it scared some of your friends off.
Oh, I'm not offended. Just don't try anything else. And she squints her eyes. She's got her sword in her lap this whole time.
He gives a thumbs up.
Speaking of which, why are there people who are against you in general? The Gravesent?
He thinks for a moment. It is a bit necromantic, if nothing else, that what I do. But outside of those, you know, the don't bring back the dead, don't interact with the dead, let them burn. Outside of that stuff, which I mean, admittedly, a lot of the more radicalized draconians are like that, but in general, I don't think most people care. I mean, at least on a larger scale.
I mean, those people are already dead. Whether you get that information or not from them, it shouldn't change much.
At this point, he kind of like drops his pack and he lifts up the stringer of skulls again and just... I mean, honestly, this is the part that most people are about, thinking I'm, you know, collecting heads. Scratches the back of his head. I guess isn't exactly false, but it makes me look more like a headhunter or such.
And how do you generally stay safe? Are you always traveling individually?
Oh no, normally there are traveling threes. The scribe, the horde, and the voice. Oh, the Sonicor has decreed it. The three. I get the most out of it, but I kind of came on my own. Exactly. Unwilling to... Wanted to see us first. I think the Sonicor would understand. Wanting to see what's happening here before danger has passed. Wait long enough, all the bodies are burned or buried.
Yes, I could see how unburying the dead would be seen more negatively at the very least.
Simon nods in agreement.
Aren't you worried they're going to come back to life? All the dead you're carrying around? You should really burn those before they...
He kind of looks at the heads. What are they going to do? Roll at me?
They don't... Ishri, the dead don't usually just come back in this plane. She says this all in Lenorian.
Ishri's just shaking her head. You really should burn those.
In long term, I'm going to give them to my friend over there, but now, not a lot more.
Do you usually write what you learn about, since you said there's a scribe?
Gives a nod, and in his pack, he pulls out a large tome.
Her eyes go wide.
As he flips through it, you note that the pages, each page he seems to flip, is not actually advancing how far in the book he's going.
Sophia looks so curious.
Give me an Arcana check.
He's like leaning forward.
Yeah. In fact, all three of you actually. If you recognize this. Ishri?
I'm trying. Foundry's being a little bitch.
Okay. Wow, you all recognize the concept of a not endless, but a more like it's like 10 books in one sort of thing. Like where rather than take up space of 10 books, it's just enchanted so that each page is impossibly thin and you can cram that much more in, and they only really become a page that can be interacted with. They only have physical form when you start to flip.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I've only heard of such books. I've never actually seen one.
Quite a while to make.
Are they all connected? Do you get knowledge from other people writing into them?
No such luck on that front. That would be far too easy, far too much fun.
Is there a way for you all to get information from each other with the knowledge that you collect?
I mean, scribes get together to write things down, but mostly it's at the temples. It's not my position to speak more of where we congregate. Anything.
Oh, of course. So, this is very interesting. How does such a thing as becoming a Gravesent work? Is it a calling? Do you recruit people?
Recruit is a bit of a weird word for it. There are people who we come across, not unlike yourself, who are interested in information, interested in the ways of things. And they are the ones we find, and they seem able. They seem interested. They seem like they can serve the Sonacor to its end. The end of recording information and understanding with the eyes of the dead. We extend the offer.
That is quite... It seems like quite an interesting thing to have your life just travel across and learn everything that you can get your hands on, I suppose. If I wasn't already on somewhat of a... I suppose I have somewhat of a duty at the time, I'd be quite interested in seeing if I could join at any point, but not for now.
What do you do with the information? It's all well and good to collect
Bring it
information,
back.
but is it useful? Can you save people's lives with it?
Not make the decision of that. For a Sonacor.
Sophia would translate once again. And either way, Ishri, even if knowledge can't save someone's life, it can still give you insight in history and what has happened previously and what we don't want to repeat as, I suppose, people, as a country or as a society. There's some things that you can only know through having experienced it or having learned that other people or other, I suppose, governments or structures have done before and tried and failed, and what has worked and what was bad about it. These things you can only learn through learning what has been and what hasn't yet.
It's like someone took a flame tender and decided they should be an ember, and let the flame tender decide what was important to collect. I suppose it makes sense.
I'll be honest, it doesn't all make sense to me what you just said, but yes, sure.
Ishri nods as if, Sophia agreed she understood.
Sophia would not translate everything that Ishri said, but essentially the essence of what the conversation was.
But I'm wondering. None of you are exactly local. I'd wager not many in your party are, so... If I had to guess, I would say that you are all planning on looting, while things are on a less even keel. You're obviously powerful mages, probably looking for things of incredible value, while there's no proper law to be able to deal with it. Would that be about right?
Not quite exactly. At the moment, I'm here on par of a different country to learn of what's happening in the war here. And the rest of the group, although in a way me as well, we're here to... Well, I'm specifically here to try and defeat the fact that there might be unnatural forces at hand, other than just two human countries or such, if such can be said that way, at war with each other, but there seems to be other things involved. I don't know if you've heard of...
The Scourges.
Yes.
He has continued flipping through and he finally stops. One of them spoke at length about how the... And he begins quoting... "Some barbaric Gars fell right into our trap and they all died at sea. Seemed to be quite a heinous act that happened."
Indeed. Have you learned much about the Scourges or how they come to be?
Not much luck on that front, unfortunately.
Well, I won't be giving you a very in-depth explanation of them, but they are powerful magical events that can destroy and potentially kill many, many people. Very unlike the magic of any mage from what I've heard.
I know that some people have, and he kind of like, as he says some people, he kind of like lifts the severed heads. Some people have been a little confused about exactly what the skirmishes are or how they work or anything like that, but from what I gather, quite a bit of danger. It's the crux of the entire war right now. Will that be about right?
Yes, they have been causing a great deal of uncertainty in the war. And it's partially why I'm here, representing as an informant of sort of the country I'm from, to see whether or not we want to stop this whole scourge business before it comes to any other part of the world.
His eyes raise a little bit. So something to do with the DHA then?
Indeed.
You would note he is writing none of this down.
That makes sense.
Well, a DHA agent of sorts. A elven woman with a skin condition from a place that is very dangerous, and she can hurt me.
Ishri nods enthusiastically.
Would you feel better if I had a weapon? That way you could know to disarm me if I came at you?
Sophia will translate!
Oh, no, it's fine. I understand that you're a powerful mage, so I would know disarming you would be useless. I'd probably want to just chop your head off immediately.
He gives that big Ishri smile back at her, a thumbs up. Certainly know your things, Ishri. And you, Mr. I'm sorry, your name again?
Simon.
Mr. Simon. So what exactly one with the DHA, a dangerous elf with a skin condition? How do you fit into all of this?
I'm just kind of going along, I guess.
You're obviously not from here. Judging by you're definitely not Garish in any sort of the word.
But I'll have you know, I ate a bread bowl recently.
He rolls his eyes. Bread. And here they're saying that more than being a bread bowl to be a god, how could I not seen it before?
I suppose by Simon's definition here, I'm also garish.
But
Gives another nod. I just don't understand. Everything about you all comes across as a group of mercenaries who are down on their luck and thought they'd try and pilfer from a place that couldn't really say no. But there's no laws to stop them.
Well, I suppose that's not a bad way to be perceived at this point. If we're perceived as a band who's going directly against the red band, they're more likely to come after us.
Gives a nod. Everyone here is kind of against the red band in some way. Wager?
Fair enough.
Imagine you're not going to find much in the way of allies that are willing to actually... That's what you're looking for. Time I was in Boralys, it was a bit of a shithole.
Yes, we're not exactly going in there in the looks of allies. More, I suppose, once again, in the looks of information. Would be a more accurate way of putting it.
Gives another agreeing nod. Looking for information. I suggest not looking so... foreign.
Yes, I will be working on that before we actually get into the city. I will anyways. Looking over at Simon and Ishri, they might stay a bit more on the outskirts.
Ishri shrugs and tries to make herself look like Garish version of Ishri with this guy's self.
Oh, that also works.
He kind of narrows his eyes a bit. But it's not unsettling, but it definitely a bit uncanny. After seeing what she really is.
Yes, it is a bit odd, to say the least.
Either way, trying to actually get into Boralys might be a bit harder. They do have quite a bit in the way of guards on the road.
Have you gotten any such information from the dead on what exactly they have as a force there, or?
Guy purses his lips and shakes his head. Not from Dead, no, but I was there last week. Before.
Oh. What exactly, is there any kind of insight you could give us on how to, I guess, get through as safely as it is possible, although it won't be
From
safe
what I
at any point?
gather, still have a number of farmers work in the fields, mostly being watched over at all. Place one of them and you can probably get. Kind of shrugs. Pretend you're Red Band and do your best. Avoid getting into shackles.
Do they have any kind of prison camp there? Is there anybody they're keeping?
Oh no. Prison camp. Oh, heavens no. From what I've seen, it seems they just kind of have moved into people's houses and then all but enslaved them.
Are they as terrible as they say? Murderous and pillagous and such?
But given that they've been staying there, I imagine you're not going to see much in the way of pillaging because they probably need most of that in order to survive. But I have seen them cut down at least a couple of people who they perceived useless.
Have you heard as well of any unnatural creatures in the area?
I mean, there's unnatural things everywhere.
Yes, but something that may not.
You're referring to the man in charge in Varat? Much more pleasant place. Were I going to be getting enslaved and, forced to stay somewhere, I would pick Varat over Boralys any day.
What exactly is going on in Varat then?
Oh, preacher man, big cloaks, be in charge. No Red Band there. Any mention of it, any. Just people living their lives in accordance with their wishes and wills, for whatever reason. But for the most part, they're okay. They obviously have pursed lips. I don't want to say mobilized, but they definitely do occasionally send groups out, and they are learning to fight. But saying, if I have a crossbow bolt to my head, I'm going to be picking Varat.
So they just follow his will?
For the most part, yes.
As in he's a very persuasive man, or if he's the kind of man who has magic to get everybody to follow him?
I would have been there longer, but it gives me the heebie-jeebies being around there too much, so, he kind of, you can see as, a cold shiver goes up his spine. Don't want to be getting caught out. I wouldn't make it too far that way, but, promises them immortality.
I see.
How did you get in and out of Boralys and in and out of Varat?
I flew?
They didn't notice you flying?
He, at this point, focuses for a second and disappears, and you see him turn into a small quail.
Yeah, you sure know what that is.
That's very interesting magic. I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually be able to do that.
Not all of you can turn into that small
quail
thing?
No.
Sure.
No. Can you keep all of your intelligence and your knowledge as you stay in such a form?
He,
looking curiously at the quail.
He gives a nod.
Huh. Does Sophia know about druids? I'm assuming not much, because they're not, common.
I mean, they're the least common of these spellcasting, air quotes, classes, but, the idea of someone transforming into a beast, the concept of polymorph is something that, Sophia and Simon would at least be familiar with.
I mean, I understand the concept of being able to transform into an animal. I just haven't seen it be cast in such a way. That makes sense, I guess, that you can just fly across then.
Ishu is going to get down on the ground, sword still in hand, and so that she's eye level with the quail, and say, this is very interesting. Can you find these that aren't actually usually men? Or are they only men versions of things?
No, they're definitely quails. Those are just small birds that can go around. Occasionally, people will keep them as you would chickens to have eggs and for the meat. Although they are slightly less common than chickens, at least where I'm from.
At this point, he flutters back a few feet and then turns back into himself. Everything
could you-
saying's fairly accurate.
Could you turn back into that and then give us some eggs?
I actually can't. Only those of the more feminine variety are able to lay eggs.
Sophia nods while translating.
Is that also a quail thing, or can you also lay eggs? He says, looking to Sophia.
No, I cannot. It's usually a bird thing. Although I believe some other animals can as well, but very commonly birds can.
I've seen types of lizards that can do it.
Yes, I've heard that snakes could, at the very least.
Kind of motions down the cave. Good point.
Yes. Will she be a problem if ever the Red Band gets out of here, and then the peasants are, I suppose, freed?
He considers for a moment. I'm not actually sure. I've never really talked to her about what she did before this. I suppose at one point she would need to be dealt with.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Don't tell her that. I told her she'd be safe here, but if she needs to be put down, she needs to be put down.
Well, for the moment, she definitely is. I don't believe any of us have a time where really I wouldn't want to get rid of something that is willingly taking care of some of the Red Band for us.
As long as she's not hurting innocent people, I'm fine with this.
Innocent people shouldn't be wandering into here, besides for us, I suppose. If you can debate that we're innocent.
But if you wanted to, you could always, put up a sign that says, "Please don't come over here. There's a giant dangerous snake." But if nothing comes over here, then she'd have to go elsewhere for food.
While we're on the topic of the cave, since we did accidentally stumble our way into this place, I noticed if you don't go down the slope, you do a hard left. There's some very small corridor. What's over there?
I've been in it a little ways, but you just get lost being alone. It's messes with your head. I mean, I've seen go in there. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say it must connect to something. Kind of shrugs at this point. Not sure exactly where though.
Full insight.
And this whole system, from my understanding, is mine, so I guess it'd be going around.
He kind of considers for a moment. Perhaps so. Like I said, not exactly sure exactly where it goes. I always get lost. I only tried it a couple times. Has to go somewhere. He gives a little half smile at that.
Quite interesting. We'll definitely have to look more into this tall preacher man who promises immortality. That seems pretty close to a natural, powerful, magical being.
But he is very horrible. I don't think I've seen him up close, but been from blocks away on the top of a house. He exudes one of those, an aura of... And again, he has like a shiver go up his spine.
Do the men seem happy to follow him as he promises immortality, or more wary of him?
Probably both.
I suppose that makes sense. I've
Get
met
onto
one
someone's
man.
thumb long enough.
I've met one man who has now died, who was mentioning that specific creature, or whatever he may be, and mentioned that his soul might be bound to him if he ever went back, and they suspected that he had given information of whatever they may be, if there's no red band?
Kind of looks for a moment and just there's gravity of what you said just kind of weighing. That's horrifying.
Indeed. He seemed terrified.
Imagine.
When you were there, did you see any of the mages while you were in Barat?
Mhm.
Or either of them, really?
Did you see any men with, Sophia would describe in
It's the
some...
sons, son, the men with the white
Sol-
cloaks.
Yes.
Yes, there are
Otis.
maybe half a dozen or so in Boralys, I think.
Okay.
So at least a couple. I'm in Varat. They seem to be staying mostly in the big castle away from it. Very busy. All I ever heard was, open this door, got to get in there. About, imagine a vault or something. Rugs.
Have you ever seen anything inside that castle in question?
Oh no, I would not want to go in. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not exactly the most dexterous person. I don't think I'd be able to get right back out quite as quick as I could get in.
Fair enough.
On top of that, if those sun mages, whatever they are, if they're as dangerous as once again he lifts the stringer of heads, as they seem to believe, then I don't want to be getting anywhere near them getting noticed.
I can attest that you should probably be avoiding them. We've encountered one, at the very least, and the group of us had a bit of a hard time taking care of him.
He did not like naked people.
Oh.
You see as Milo considers for a moment, gives a nod. That just seems rude.
It was indeed. We were all trying to take a bath in the bathhouse, and he was not about it. Threw a whole fireball at us, I suppose.
Maybe he doesn't like clean
description for it.
people.
Perhaps. Either way, we took care of it.
Gives another nod. Right, well, as I said, you're safe here for as long as you need it. He goes back over to the, leaving the bubble for a moment, holds his hand on one of the main routes. A moment later comes back. I'll let you in next time if you just ask. No need to beat her up about it.
Thank you.
I know it's not a lot, but it gives you some place to come back to where you have at least some semblance of backup. Just continue on down the emotions towards Simon, path he was talking about. Let them deal with the rest. That's what they're there for.
I appreciate it. I'm not sure if the rest of the group that I'm with will agree, but I, at the very least, will be taking that heavily into account.
More people you have on your tail, the more helpful Basilisk
Bigger
Snake would be.
Yes, I'd assume.
Taking to call him
Well,
Bassie. In case you're curious.
I
I don't think she responds to it or understands it, but he shrugs.
I'd be very glad to bring Bassie some more snacks then, if they involve red bands specifically.
He gives another nod. I'm going to be heading out to bed. A little claustrophobic in here. It is nothing against you. I like to be able to stretch when I sleep. So I'm going to be heading out. He just kind of motions right over there. If you need anything,
Where?
wake me. Otherwise, and he kind of looks mostly to Ishri. Please don't behead me in my sleep.
You haven't given me reason to, so.
So is he still in the cave just outside of the bubble?
Yes, he goes over to the edge by where the roots are, and he holds a hand out, and one of them begins to form into a hammock.
Oh, lovely. Okay, cool. Sophia just gets ready for bed.
Ishri detects magic inside the bubble to make sure he didn't leave anything behind.
He did not leave anything behind.
Cool.
Yeah, well, Sophia sleeps the rest of the time left with the bubble.
Yeah, I guess we're not doing turns. We're just gonna sleep.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
doing
not doing any
watches?
watches. I'm not doing watches.
I'm not doing it. Simon is comfortable.
This is the bubble. It's safe.
Yeah, the bubble.
She's just gonna stay up the whole night.
Except for when he walks into the bubble to just fucking kill us all at once.
If he decides to kill us, whether we're doing watches or not, it won't change much.
I mean, one insta-kill compared to everyone having a chance.
I mean, if he can insta-kill one of us in our sleep,
You know,
I'm not
stabbing you in the throat, you know, while you're sleeping.
I don't know.
All I'm saying is,
I'm not taking watches.
Sophia's not taking watches.
Simon will take a watch.
Ishri will stay up for a couple hours and then go to sleep.
Poor
Give me a
Ishri.
perception check, Ishri.
Snake starts coming.
It's a bubble. We're safe. The only guy who can
Are
come
we
in is
safe
the
from a
one
snake?
guy.
Is it snake proof?
Yes.
About 20 minutes in, you start to hear what seems like soft, almost sawing. After a second, you're like, oh. And then you look around, and it's him snoring. It's just kind of a... as he's
Ishri should be
snoring.
pretty used to people snoring at this point.
A few minutes after that, you hear and a... And a couple of moments later, coming down the cave, you see that thing you know is a strangler come over towards the guy who is still passed out. The thing's still on the roof.
Ishri is going to run out of the bubble den and wave her sword and said, "Hey, get away!"
Immediately, like back about 8-10 feet and like looks at you, blinks these weird, round, large, almost reptile-like eyes. Then heads back again, back away into the cave. He just stretches. I was just having a bit of a look. Not gonna mess with me, I don't think. If they do, I deserve. He turns over and passes back out.
Ishri shrugs and heads back into the bubble.
That is about it, guys. Eventually, Ishri, you get to sleep. Finish a night's rest. We go back to Rom as your watch finishes. Who are you waking up?
Owen specified he wanted last watch, to remind. Also, I don't know if Alex is here.
Okay, well, Owen said he wanted last watch.
Yeah, so I guess Ron wakes up Walker.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get
No. Walker should. I didn't say Owen wanted the last watch. I said Walker should take the last watch so he can sleep the most.
I don't remember you saying that at all, but I will.
I do. In
will
retrospect,
remember
I
him
do.
saying
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Owen is up next. Give me a perception check, please, Owen. It is quiet. At one point, you hear a hooting of an owl out in the distance. And fluttering.
Is it
Other than that-
familiar? Is it a familiar hooting?
No. I mean, it's as familiar as any hooting you've ever heard. In that it sounds like it's from an
Owen
owl.
would be able to tell if it was Onyx.
It doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, something else was familiar.
Oh shit.
But
It's Walker's. It's a tiny horse with wings.
That hoots.
The night goes by without incident. Make your way to sleep. Waking up. Walker for the last watch.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but
Yeah.
he wouldn't wake
Oh!
up Walker. He would wake up Wait. I'm sorry. Did I? It's been
There's
a
only 4 of us.
minute.
There's only 4 of us.
Rom already took a watch.
Yes.
Yeah,
Rom and
Okay,
Evie
then
both
yes, he
took
would
watches.
wake up Walker.
Gotcha. During Walker's watch, she's going to talk to Sin, tell him about what it means to take watch, and make sure that she understands that how it all works, and that she knows that she'll be more or less doing that with Walker in general.
The general gist you get back is this emotion of, wait, every night I have to interrupt my sleep?
Walker would specify just on the road.
It's a seeming relief, though Sin's entire life thus far has been on the road.
It's been less than a day.
Doesn't make my statement any less true.
That's funny.
Sin joins you in sitting by the camp. I assume Walker is doing his regular whittling and organizing.
No, he's trying not to fall asleep again. More so. One like sitting cross-legged, one elbow on his knee, holding up his head, just kind of, staying awake. Doesn't really have time to whittle tonight. Plus, he doesn't have anything that super needs whittling. Like, he could sharpen some stuff, but doesn't really need it desperately,
Give me a perception check.
Do you want one for the horse, too?
Sin's not paying that much attention.
Oh, don't worry, Walker is.
Oh. You note the hyper-focusing on anything that happens just to stay awake. Just trying to keep, you hear a bird flutter and you're just like, oh, just trying focus on everything. Keep you awake, keep you energized. It makes it all the worse as nothing is seemingly happening. It's a quiet night. No red band, no attacks, no dangers beyond the basics of the wilds that you're dealing with. Eventually, fuck, it's been 2.5 hours. You've been zoning out, just keeping watch. You know it's time to go. Sun's up, you gotta get the fuck out of here.
Thumbs up, guns up.
Sin is completely passed out.
Please tell me that Walker's horse snores.
Not really.
That would be fun. Oh.
I feel like it's metagaming to say that it doesn't.
I feel like it's entrapment to say that it doesn't.
Whoa. You trapping us, bro? Walker will begin to wake everyone else. He has no cares in the world for if they don't want to be woken. It's up with the sun.
Even is a quick riser today. Surprising.
Owen was back to his regularly scheduled light dream-filled sleep, and he is also easily awoken.
Would be the most appropriate way to wake up someone like Owen, like a shake to the leg or something.
Kick him in the boot and be like, "Hey,
leg?
get up!"
Just a fucking foot kick. Ugh. But yeah, no, Walker gets everyone up, including Sin.
Sin seems very annoyed, and it takes a hot few minutes for Sin to get up.
Walker's not going to actively, force it to. He's gonna, go about the early morning stuff, picking up camp, things like that. He'll probably do some surveying while the rest begin to, get things together, since his stuff is already together. Make sure that recheck the area, see how safe it is during the daytime, how obscured, see if they're okay to just, relax there for a bit while they, either wait for or go get the others.
It seems like you guys did a pretty bang-up job last night on finding a spot, so...
Yeah.
Once camp is broken, you're You're ready to go. Sin is still, like, blinking slowly, looking around. As Sin's kind of looking around at everybody, Walker, you get the sudden craving for coffee.
Why is this horse a middle-aged man?
God, that's heartbreaking.
In the moments before Sin is fully conscious, Owen's gonna like kind of clear his throat and sort of nudge Walker lightly, and he'll say,
Walker's already like walked away from the camp while the rest are getting up.
"Well, then
He's
then Owen goes to find Walker away from Sin so she doesn't overhear." Walker, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead. Walker's kind of like, he's probably like just 10, 15, 20 feet away, like staring through the brush towards where the road would be, trying to discern just how hidden they are. So he'd be kind of like looking away as he says, go ahead.
One's gonna come hunker down with Walker, and he'll sort of awkwardly clear his throat, and he'll say, "So, I know, this whole magic thing is new, but I thought we decided we weren't going to bring any horses."
Without much pause, Walker responds that we did decide. I don't remember exactly making the choice to. Walker kind of searches for the right words. Make a horse. I just remember, I don't know, being tired and messing with the charm, and something was happening. Remember waking up and, there it was, and then Ishri was shaking me. Wasn't exactly a lot of chance to, consider that. Why is there a horse here? Why did I make a horse?
I mean, I'm not.
Was this a good idea?
I'm not going to pretend to know the answer to those questions, but something to keep in mind.
Walker nods.
Owen goes back to the camp to pack up his things.
Rom does not seem to have slept super well. Maybe she was dreaming of giant snakes or something. She is in a similar state to the horse.
A similarly disgruntled, caffeine-deprived state.
Yeah.
No one attempted to give this horse mint tea.
The
horse
day's
is
young.
eating mint. Walker would actually call after Owen as he walked away. Hey, hang on a second.
Aye.
Do horses graze?
Owen blinks a bit, as if such a question coming from somebody like Walker is just. Aye, Walker, they graze.
Right, so it's not going to be an issue that we didn't bring any horse food then.
Here in the back.
Probably not.
I owned a horse before Owen, and last time we bought feed.
Well, I know Delius, my first horse. He always liked the long grasses that grow along the roads.
Well, hopefully this magically made horse will also like that type of thing.
I mean, I suppose you're not going to know the answer to this either, but does she need to eat?
Walker kind of chuffs a bit.
What is he, a horse?
Maybe. Yeah, no idea.
Maybe
Probably
Simon
the
will know.
best to ask someone like Simon or Sophia. Walker kind of waves his hand, kind of You know, if only. That's a bit, gesture.
At the mention of their names, Owen kind of like kind of frowns a bit, and he says, "We need to talk to them when they get back."
About their choice.
Aye.
Walker does not say anything to disagree, and continues his examination of the area.
And then Owen goes back and packs up his things.
You guys get your things packed? Ready to leave? Heading back to the cave?
Walker's going to tell Sin to stay here. He'll
Sorry, go ahead.
after giving the others enough time to get up, get ready, he's gonna head back over, put a hand on Sin, assuming Lee is still lying down.
Up, but annoyed.
Sin, if you want to lie back down, you can. We're gonna go look for the others, and I think it'd be best if you stay in this thicket for now.
At the moment you say lie down, she immediately is like, no problem, and just fucking crashes.
Just kind of looks at Sin for a bit. Right, well, you do that. He's gonna help anyone else who's not quite done yet. We should be out of here as soon as possible.
I'd like to imagine that overnight, Evian puts down a bedroll sometimes, and that's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah, he has like 2 or 3 fucking full backpacks in one bedroll.
Yep. A sack of meat.
Yeah,
the necessities.
Sack of meat.
Sack of meat, a sack of...
He uses it for a pillow.
A sack of meat, a sack of fucking rations bought in Verona, and then it's this other sack of spoiled fucking tomato and stones.
Pretty much. Couple daggers.
Couple of daggers.
For some reason.
What's he, a fucking Elastic cosplay?
No, he just keeps the ones that he gets stabbed with.
Oh my. That's a collection.
So, as you guys head off, you notice Sin is, while laying down, chewing on the grass she's laying in.
Okay, it's eating then. Good to know.
And we pop back on over to Simon, Sophia, and Ishri.
Real quick then, how far is it from the spot that we found to the cave?
Give me a survival check. You guys had to do a bit of meandering to find a good spot. If you know how quickly or...
Walker can also do this, assumedly.
Okay. Maybe 20-25 minutes.
So 40 minutes. Or 50 minutes, because we have to go back to...
Yeah, you guys had to do some meandering. And what?
Is it more than a mile away?
Maybe about a mile.
Apparently, Sin can communicate with Walker telepathically up to a mile away.
Okay.
That's some fucking wacky shit.
Oh. So.
Wait. Does that mean Walker just hears the mental sounds of fucking chewing as he's fucking walking?
It'd be more like, this is good grass. Resting is nice.
It would be more like, this grass is awful. I wish I was eating something better.
Ah, there you go.
Resting is nice. You should try it sometime.
It's my headcanon that it's just horse chewing. That's
Is fucking Sin sassing Walker already?
Not yet.
About his sleep?
Not yet. Alright, so as you guys start to head back to the cave, Simon, Sophia, and Ishri, you guys, Sophia, you awaken as your bubble of protection disappears.
Sophia would gently nudge the others awake. She'd look if the guy's still there.
He is not. Though the stairs are there, meaning he probably just left recently.
Sophia grab her stuff quickly and walk up to see if he's still around while the others are getting up.
He is currently walking towards the entrance. What are you guys going to be getting up soon? Got breakfast.
Oh, That's very kind. I was gonna offer to share our rations.
He kind of like makes a little look.
Just smiles at that.
Here you go, and he hands you each a small finger sandwich.
The fuck?
They have what look like layers of sliced chicken in them, along with tomatoes and lettuce. They're each about 2 bites.
Is there like a sauce to it, like some mayo or something? Maybe some fucking cream cheese and chives.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Some white barbecue sauce, perhaps.
It doesn't look like.
Okay, well, Sophia will gladly take the sandwich and eat it.
And the poison, it's arsenic.
Yep.
It's gone in about 2 bites. It is like fucking like as you bite into it, it's like holy shit, like mind-blowingly. And
good.
As you take that second bite, you're like, I'm good. I'm full. Not hungry at all.
That was very efficient and also delicious.
It was always my favorite thing growing up, so I thought I would share it with everyone else. Oh, may I save these for special occasions?
Thank you very much. That's very generous.
I don't know if you noticed, Ben, but Hannah's
yes,
left
I
out
did.
the register.
I did.
Just wanted to be sure.
We'll hopefully be back shortly.
She is in this scene.
Before we separate ways, I was just curious if you could give me your opinion on this. I suppose magic of some sort I've been looking at and trying to work on. If you have a few more moments to share.
Yeah, kind of raises an eyebrow. What exactly is it?
Sophia will be taking out a few of her drafts of parchment. I've been working on this, I suppose, enchantment of sort to make it so that 2 papers are kind of as I was describing last night, connected to each other so that if one person writes, the other person can also read what is written on their own sheet of paper and write on the same, which would share the writing on both.
That sounds complicated. That's not exactly my it sounds very, very convenient and useful in general, but not something I'd be one to spend a lot of time trying to understand. Enchanting and creating things has never been my strong suit.
Fair enough. I just thought it was worth a shot.
I'll say good luck, and if you figure it out, let me know if you can.
Yeah, no.
I'd be more than interested in getting some, keeping in contact with people other than having them talk in my head would be quite convenient.
Yes, that's what I thought. I'd be able to say more than a few sentences, perhaps, and, communicating back and forth with at least 2 people.
Gives a nod. Sounds incredibly useful, really. Considers for a second. Certainly something I'm sure someone has to have come up with. You just need to find the right people, and I'm sure you can, streamline the idea.
I mean, it'd be quite interesting. I've been, at the very least, working on it for at least a few drafts. As you can see, she has, handfuls of paper. I've been working on it for the last few nights, so I'll let you know if ever something comes of it.
Gives a half-hearted smile and just... All right, then. Here and at that point, I guess we will take a break and hope that Hannah can come back very shortly.
Yeah.
So, as Simon, you and Ishri get up, you are also presented with nice, what seem like chicken, sliced tomato, and the tomatoes are very juicy, almost like blood tomato juicy, and lettuce finger sandwiches. About 2 bites.
Does he offer anything to Onyx?
What?
Does he offer anything to Onyx?
No.
Simon will feed Onyx as well.
Okay.
Ishri eats it and says, "Thank you. You've been an incredible host, and I'm really glad I haven't had to kill you." So.
Simon will translate all that.
I must say, that is one of the nicest things I think anyone has ever said to me. And Ishri, as you finish this finger sandwich, you feel... First of all, it tastes amazing. Like, it's something you can't really understand because you've never had anything quite like it before. But at the same time, it's just so good. And by the time you finish that second bite, you're just full. Like, that tiny little sandwich, just full. Ditto that with you, Simon.
I'm here. Sorry.
Maybe a few more if your friends are going to be arrested. He produces a total of 5 more.
Well, if you're no longer here by the time they're there, I can definitely offer some to them.
I have a feeling they'd be more willing to take it from you than from me, and he gives a little half smile at that.
I suppose.
Even though I've been a gracious host that hasn't done anything warranted murder or attempted thereof. And he shoots a little sly grin at Ishri.
It's been wonderful to getting to know more. I always appreciate anybody who is willing to share knowledge.
I mean, that is kind of what we're doing. The big problem is so many people are so unwilling. That's why I have a job, I suppose.
That's fair enough.
And about this time, the other group, led by Owen and Walker, bloodhounding their way back. Make your way back. You recognize the large tree, and you can see a opening within it that's making a set of stairs.
Owen kind of like, he doesn't poke his head in, but he like, peers down in the cave, and he says, he calls out, he says, Ishri, Simon, Sophia.
Yep, we're here.
Not dead, I presume?
Nope, not dead. In fact, we had a lovely night of sleep. Well, thank you very
Walker
much.
rolls his eyes.
I'm glad that makes 3 of us.
Thank you very much for everything, she says the guy. We better
nodding bow and
get going.
Of course. You're welcome back at any time.
Nods.
Another half smile and sees you on your way.
Sophia walks out of the cave, I'm assuming, with the other
Ishri and Simon following?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Your way back to the rest of the group outside. You're all together except for Walker's horse.
What is the plan now?
It's going to take us another hour to get back to where we camped. After that, onto Boralys.
Is there a reason to go back where you camped? Is supposed to get Sin back? Looking
Is
around, seeing the lack of a horse.
It is
Is it
Can
not?
stay there.
Is it not on the way?
No, we went further away.
We went further away.
Yeah, no, you went further in.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you went further east.
Why did we go
By about
Because
20
it
or
was
30.
more
It ended up being about 20 or 30 minutes east. You found a spot.
Why didn't we bring the horse with us then?
Because Walker thought the horse isn't good for stealth during the day.
Now we have
Couldn't you just telepathically call the horse?
So then could we just leave him
I mean,
there
yeah, it's a
then?
mile away. I
Yeah.
could have it come, but I doesn't really need to.
did not understand that we went further away from Boralys.
Did you, I
Yeah,
thought it
I
pretty
was
clear.
under the impression that we went closer.
Really?
Yep.
I even moved the map token further
Yeah,
away.
it moved like an inch.
Sorry, I didn't notice it because I had my character sheet open.
We have much to do. Reconnaissance, investigation.
Mm-hmm.
No, starting from the base camp would be a good idea. Anyone who's not going to be approaching the city should stay there.
I mean, if we're in the middle of the woods, is there really a point to having a base camp?
somewhere to return to, somewhere to leave people who aren't going to be approaching, where it's going to be safe for them.
Somewhere to gather if we get separated.
Quite.
I suppose, but I'll be honest, looking for a spot in the middle of the woods is probably not going to be the easiest task for me. It kind of all looks the same.
Maybe we should stay with someone who knows where they're going then.
Very well. Would you rather not look for a different cave if you're so unwilling to trust that this is going to be safe? At least there wouldn't be rain.
Walker just fucking pinches the bridge of his nose. Sighs.
Nothing bad
Simon.
seems to have happened to him.
Simon, how far away are you able to communicate with your familiar?
100 feet, give or take.
Oh, I'm about a mile from Sin.
Aye.
I can hear Sin in my head.
What does she say?
That she has nothing to do and wants to be doing something.
Send her over? Can't you tell her come this way? She would be able to do that.
Walker looks a bit annoyed. Walker's gonna, I guess, say in his head, come to the cave from last night.
Think this really hard, and then after a moment you get this warm feeling. Warm feeling of being seen, being recognized, feeling like a part of the group.
Walker his fucking face, particularly his forehead, his temples even. What were we talking about?
I was asking if we'd be better off finding a different cave because you're intent on distrusting this area.
I believe Owen mentioned something about them being, any other caves nearby being linked, that they were mine at one time. I don't think choosing a cave at this point would be ideal, or well advised.
Many
The
of
area we
passageways
had found is...
connect.
Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Many of the passageways connect. There is the mine, and then there is what is below the mine that was there before the mine.
The area we had found is well hidden.
It's also further away.
By 30 minutes. It won't make a large difference as far as distance goes. Still well within walking distance from the city.
And I, for one, would rather face the rain and cold than whatever awaits us in the next cave.
I'd rather have a good trap laid out if ever Red Band run after us, but very well.
Sophia, if the Red Band find us,
Yes.
if they know that we are here, what do you think that they will do?
Chase us down?
Aye. And if we are
Yes.
in a cave, where then will we go when they
Down
come
the
to the mountain?
passageway that he explained to us would be safe, and where the other creatures will be trying to bide anybody who comes by to go into, which is the Basilisk place, where we avoided going because we were very cautious. Red Band looking for us would not be.
And what will we do after, let's say, 10 of them chase us in and die to the great serpent, and then they decide, rather than risk themselves anymore, they just light a fire at the front of it and smoke us out?
If the passageways go into many different places, as you've explained, then we should be fine.
If we can find our way, if that way is large enough for us to navigate.
We have many magical ways of getting in and out of places, plus if I put up the hut, we'd be safe from the smoke.
For
How long?
For 8 hours, and then I can cast it again until the smoke is gone and they're gone.
And if they do not leave us alone, if they send a Soul Strider to ferret us out, what then?
Or several.
In the smoke that you said would smoke us out?
After the smoke is
Construct.
gone,
And that the snakes are also not taking care of them?
several Soul Striders could take care of a basilisk easily.
And we could sneak past it while they're doing that.
Evian looks at Ishri and Owen.
Have you not seen me teleporting people around?
Do you have enough magic to teleport every single person?
I can do it twice with the people who are not sneaky.
Walker just
Okay.
shakes his head.
If someone messes up one single time who is normally a little more stealthy, then what?
If somebody messes up that when we messed up with that many times, we'd be screwed whether we be in the cave or we're in the woods.
The
In the
point,
woods, we would not be cornered in the first place.
the point I am trying to make is that if we are above ground, there is somewhere for us to go.
And it's easier to find us. If they can teleport
As
500
stated.
feet easily as I can do, then we would have, nowhere to go.
As stated, the spot we found is hidden. Will not be found there.
She raises an eyebrow. You think magical people will be worried about a bunch of branches and woodland?
But they'll be
People
worried about
can
rock,
cast spells to find people.
and rock protects you from that.
No, but a trap of snakes could.
And what of when the snakes lie dead?
Well, then they've been weakened. And we're better off with that at that point than in the woods. You know what? It doesn't matter. If you're all so intent in not trusting this place, that's fine. We move on.
It does not behoove us to take unnecessary risks when we are so far from any kind of help. No one is coming to save us unless McShane comes through. No one. We are on our own out here.
And even then, what would McShane do against 5-6 Soul Striders?
The Soul Striders, at least from what the man could tell us, are mostly in Barat, where there are actually no red band. This is correct, Ben, from what I understood?
Yeah, he didn't see, militarized red band really in Varad.
And he said he saw mostly the Soul Striders in Barat?
He said he saw at least 2 in Varad and at least 6 or so in Boralys.
Okay, never mind then. Forget
Simon, if we're gonna be standing here, send your owl ahead.
As I said, we can keep going now. We just have to wait for your horse.
I shall be sent out ahead.
It is of the utmost importance, being that we are so far from aid, that we stay together. I know you disagree with how we feel about this. What did he call himself? A grave scent.
Listen, if you all aren't willing to take help when you see it, I'm okay with that. We can continue moving on. Let's go to Boralys.
We're not just going to waltz into Boralys. For now, we should just be sending Simon's owl to scout it from the sky, get some general information, layout, things like that. Once that's done, we can consider sending 1 or 2 of us in.
As he said, he can only listen into the owl from 100 or so feet away, and if not, his owl is most likely going to die again, like it did last time it went off ahead for a long period of time.
We should get to within a mile. I can use the bowl from there.
Simon, just make sure it keeps its distance.
Of course.
we wait for horse.
A short while later, you hear the of Sin at breakneck speed running towards you. And you see her cutting through the trees, and you can see she has a bit of a bloody nose.
What?
She's been walking through branches.
She looks like she ran into something.
Yeah.
Christ. When he fucking first hears fucking Sin riding so hard, he has a comment of, looks like the black coat isn't going to help with stealth very much. And then he'll look more concerned when he notices the blood.
She gets up to you and just stands proudly.
Sin, what happened to you?
Just, stamps a bit in place very hyperactively, looks behind her, looks here, and then does like a couple of big, heavy breaths. The general emotion you're feeling is, God, you're fast. Excitement.
You gotta be more careful, Sin. Don't want you getting hurt. What do I get on Night's Rest? A third of my level?
Yeah.
So I get Sin's spell slot back. Neat. Need 2 more nights to get everything.
Same. Oh no, I need 3.
Oof.
Oh, that's what you get for talking to fucking, what's his face?
Hey, you know what?
Who?
Pardon me
right.
for spending spell slots in a narrative manner. My bad.
Well, then
cool.
let's get going, right?
Walker does so. Trying to lead the group through as much brush as possible, to avoid the
Road.
avoid line of sight to the road.
Okay. The goal is to get outside of Boralys?
Outside, but not within line
I
of
think
sight.
in an hour or a mile, within a mile.
Yeah, it was the idea.
Front, back, march. Give me that marching order again. You guys got the thing. Show me your marching order.
Walker!
Sophia's probably a bit more distant as a group. Around Rom's Point, but not trying to make any conversation.
And we already have a perception check from Onyx, so Evian and Walker? Where's Walker? Well...
Walker's
do
gonna
I keep an eye out?
He's going to be moving the group. Owen can do the perception check.
Okay. Walker's survival, Owen perception.
I feel like we already talked about. Should have done it the other way, but.
Oh, and then you did it this way again!
Listen.
You did talk about it the other way.
Say words. Walker's really good at that old survival.
You guys make your way for an hour or two, moving further and further towards Boralys. Evian keeping an eye on your rear, making sure with the eyes of a hawk, nothing really, from what you know, nothing's ever really gotten by Evian, so you can always know that you can trust him in the rear, that you won't get attacked from behind by any errant snakes or would-be druidic allies.
Or enemies.
I love that. I love that Sin's just walking alongside with us.
Yeah.
No one's riding Sin. Great.
Sin's there.
Sin's there too.
We don't have like a saddle for her.
No.
No.
You don't need a saddle to ride a horse. Especially a horse that you can trust will be Like, you know,
willing to work with you.
Saddles make it more comfortable, probably.
More comfortable.
Also, you're not gonna fall off. That's an important part of
So
saddles.
usually saddles are like so that it's more comfortable to stay there, and also because if the horse ever like bucks a bit or is uneasy, it's a lot easier to hold on if you have something to hold on to.
Yeah,
if you don't have
I
a saddle,
imagine taking a sharp turn would be hell and a half without a saddle.
So basically, most people who do ride without a saddle, they do so with horses that they can trust and that they both the rider and the horse feel comfortable with each other.
Walker, during the walk, will say, Owen, are there wild horses around Kintaran?
Ben? I would guess not, right? That's more of a like Kinmoran thing.
Yeah,
it's bigger,
probably
more wide open.
Morn's a marsh.
I mean, Morn's not all a marsh. The majority, but like the Kadeni Highlands, probably, you know, that area, which is technically Morn. But not a lot. Like, maybe occasionally some, but not really. Like, the Shaymar Expanse more likely than any of the lands in Kintaran, which are more, not densely populated, but more densely populated than most of the rest of the country.
What is it? Noshgalda is the kin to the left?
Yes, Noshgalda.
So Kin Noshgalda. So they'd be more likely to have the wild
yes,
horses.
Pretty much any, like, the least likely place in all of Garland to have wild horses. Kintaran.
Really? Not less likely than the islands?
Oh, I mean, yeah, the islands. I apologize.
About to say, what the fuck is the ferryman one?
The fucking... they do have some land. Probably about as likely there.
In response to Walker's question, Owen kind of shrugs a little bit, and he says, I'm sure there used to be, a long time ago before Lenore started settling. But not so much these days.
Something to keep in mind.
What, thinking of trying to pass it off as a wild horse?
If it comes to that.
I suppose stranger things could happen. She wouldn't even have to be wild, you know. I mean,
do war horses have like a different bearing than a fucking like farmer's horse?
They would probably look closer to a draft horse than a regular horse, but
What is a draft horse?
a
draft
big
horse.
fuck off horse.
Yes. Riding horses are usually not as wide. Their legs are like pretty skinny. Draft horses are like huge.
Draft horses are
Also, they're meant for like pulling things.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
fucking
wow.
massive.
You
Holy
can
shit.
still ride them, but they're usually like
Beasts of
like
burden more
Clydesdale.
often, yeah.
Like a Clydesdale usually is a draft horse.
If you see a really thick horse, that's a draft
Like
horse.
that is.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, more like this is a riding horse. You can tell the difference mostly in like how massive the legs are.
Yeah.
So your war horse,
legs.
Big.
Your-
That is
your
a big
horse-
boy.
your horse would probably look closer to a draft horse if it is a war horse,
yeah.
like something along the lines of this thing. But like
Still a
black.
big boy.
If it is like
height of Walker.
probably. So it would probably, if somebody doesn't know really, or it's not common to see war horses, they would come across more of a farming horse that's made for pulling stuff. Still possible to ride, just more uncommon. It's not as comfortable to ride usually.
I'm sure this is just my headcanon, Ben, but I like to imagine that like garish horses are just inherently chunkier.
They get
I mean-
fed for pulls.
Depending on the weather and what they would be required in Garland, that would make sense that they'd have more farm type horses or deviant, you know, variant
Even the
farm.
riding horses are big heckin' chunkers.
Skyrim.
So anyway, this
Walker will
this
comment,
history lesson notwithstanding.
Maybe someone will think that she is a farmer's horse or something without the, Fuck. William can't remember the name now without the saddle.
Could be. Though, if I was an enterprising member of the Red Band, I could fancy myself a nice horse, or perhaps a gift of a nice horse to my superiors.
Well, hopefully it won't come to that.
During this conversation, Simon would work his way up to the front to Owen and get his attention, pull him aside for a second.
Like making him stop walking, or?
No, like still walking, just like, hey, come here real quick, I need to talk to you.
What's on your mind, Simon?
I would like you to kind of reconsider what Sophia was saying.
Would you?
Using the caves.
Why is that?
So they figure out where we are somehow. We can just reposition. They're connected, correct?
I mean, in theory, but you saw, Simon, Onyx saw as well. It would be hard going just to get through that particular passageway, even without all the gear, and that's not to mention Walker's horse at all. Kind of glances sideways at Sin.
Yeah, I'm sure with a few extra people could clear that out.
With what?
Tools?
Swords.
A few other people, some tools.
What tools? Swords?
Shovels? We can get some of the army to come, possibly. Clear this out. Make it operating. We can operate out of it. I don't.
Are you talking about the Garish army, Simon?
Yeah.
Well, I could be misinformed, but as far as I understand, if everything goes well, if we succeed to the utmost, we take the Scourge from the Red Band, we do not die in the attempt, and we can send word back. Angus is going to take every last Gar, every one who can wield a blade, a stick, and they are going to march on Boralys. Something tells me that they will have very little interest in the caves until the Red Band are driven away. Unless, of course, the Red Band take refuge in the caves, and then I suppose it would interest them.
I don't know, I was just thinking more of... I'm trying to think of the word for that. Technical standpoint, I guess. Using it. I do feel that we should use his cave, though, at night, if we're gonna have somewhere to stay.
I understand what Sophia was saying, I mean, having a powerful ally at your back is always a good idea, but we met a strange man in the woods who claimed that he was speaking with the severed heads of those who he had killed. I'm not exactly sure. And he could speak with... I mean, Simon, I don't know if you fully understand, but this is not... I mean, I'm not talking about, a troll or something. Like, we have, in Kintaran, we have stories about these creatures, these basilisks. They're not... It's hard to explain. People don't come back. I mean, lots of Gars, and I mean, not Gars, lots of Kintaran. You've met Angus. You get someone like him, and you say, "Oh, I bet you couldn't take on, the ancient serpent of legend that lives in the hills. I bet you couldn't do it." And then he says, "Oh, fuck you, yes I can." And then he goes out into the woods and he is never seen or heard again. They're not something that I am going to take lightly. And even if I was willing to trust this man at his word, why? What is there to gain by taking that risk when we could just as easily not do so?
Well, I'm getting like side chat now. I'm sorry. Give me a sec.
Take your time, man.
So we never debriefed them? I thought.
Nope.
I don't think we did.
Sophia complained about said that we should be able to use this place. She didn't debrief them on any of the knowledge she got because everybody got pissy with her, and now she's mad and she's walking aside from everybody. Like, she's not a part of this conversation with you, Simon, because she's not, like, checking in on Owen and Walker. She's just like, nah, you guys don't want my opinion? Okay, I won't give it. And she is making it very clear that she's not happy with everybody.
I mean, just to be clear, we listened to your opinion and we disagreed with it. That's not the same as we aren't interested in your opinion. Those are two entirely different things.
I mean, you were very close to it from the beginning, and you still were when she gave it again, so,
I mean, I'm sorry that I'm trying to have a conversation from where my character has his...
I mean, I have no issue with you. I'm just saying this is how my character perceives it, and this is how I'm playing it out. That's all.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying what happened, and she didn't debrief anybody afterwards. That didn't happen.
I am curious, who has the sandwiches?
Sophia. They didn't deserve it.
Okay.
Wouldn't have eaten one anyway.
I'm too tired. This is funny.
We did eat rations before we came. Classically.
Ishri is right there, right? Because I think I put her right next to Owen. Ishri will say then, I think at the very least, if we get into a pinch, it's a good place to fall back to, though probably only in an extreme circumstance. Because he did say the monster wouldn't attack us, but you're right, we can't trust it. But he did give us a lot of very useful information on the state of the city and such.
Did he know?
Yes. I think the most important thing to know is, can any of you turn into a thing called a quail?
A small bird that lives on the ground?
Hang on, Ishri's loud, right?
Oh yeah, everyone hears this.
I think at that, Walker would look over at them and say, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Sophia just hears that, she'd probably chuckle.
Well, he turned into a quail, and he said he flew into the cities. And I think that would be the easiest way to get in.
Ishri, don't you think at this point, if we had the ability to transform into animals, we would either have let you know or you would have seen us do so?
Maybe you were just being polite and knew that I was afraid of them. Maybe?
Were you afraid of the small bird?
Only a little.
Ishri...
Owen's gonna give Ishri a consoling little pat.
Well, regardless, he said that another way to get in would be to go as farmers, perhaps, or Red Band. I know we had already thought of Red Band, but he said they had farmers working for them as well.
I would imagine working is a...
It didn't seem like they had much of a choice. No. He said they sometimes killed the useless ones.
Ugh.
That sounds like the Red Band.
Oh, did Evian run up?
Yep, from the back.
Evian's busy paying attention to this conversation and nothing else.
Yeah, he's actually just been listening to the conversation this entire time. That's why he has such a bad perception check.
Well, whatever information you provided, we'll need to verify, but we'll certainly need to take into account as well.
I mean, it gives us a place to look, which is not...
It's a start.
He said there's about a half a dozen or so of the Sun's Chosen. And I mean, at this point, Ishri can just relay the information he gave with Simon's help and maybe Sophia's if she chimes in.
Nope, Sophia's not participating unless
Simon's
you
help.
specifically ask her. If you specifically ask her, let me know.
What information does Ishri provide?
Basically everything he gave on the state of the two cities.
I wasn't taking notes for that because Walker was not there.
Oh, then I can keep going. Well, he said there's about a half dozen or so of the Sun's Chosen in Boralys, and then a few in Varad as well. But they're staying in the castle with some vault. A
vault.
Hold on, Ishri. Did he say Sons Chosen or Soul Striders?
Oh, I can't remember.
The gold cloaks?
Yes, that
Soul
was.
Strider.
Oh,
Soul
sorry.
Striders.
The names all sound very similar. They start with an S.
Oh, and do you think that means... that refers to your sister?
Ben, Owen knows about the Great Vault of Arat, right?
There is no vault.
What do you mean, Ishri? There is no vault in Barat.
Yeah, I have also no idea what she was talking about.
Did he? He mentioned a vault, right? I'm not going
Yeah,
crazy.
no,
I
he
mentioned
said
a
yeah.
locked door.
What did he mention explicitly?
Needing to unlock a door.
Yeah, they were trying to
sometime?
get through a door.
Oh, sorry.
Well, no, he specifically, Milo then specifically said must be a vault or something.
Oh, he thought it was a vault. Oh, I'm so sorry.
And this is how the game of he said, she said started.
Well, does Simon then correct Ishri? Because we could just pretend Ishri's being a dumb bitch. Or just speaking up.
Simon would, yeah.
Well, a locked door then, yes.
That could be when?
That's what I was thinking.
He also said in Virat, he described the leader as a big, tall preacher man in charge, and everyone followed him because they thought he was granting immortality to them.
I don't like that.
No. They're apparently mobilizing to fight.
That can't be good.
But there's no red band there, at least.
Who's mobilizing?
I think the people?
I suppose I can imagine a world where the people of Virat are delivered from the horrors of the Red Band. I can imagine the loyalty that would inspire in them.
We need to keep that in mind, but we'll need to focus for now on Boralys.
One thing at a time. Simon, I understand what you and Sophia have been trying to say, but I don't think. I mean, imagine you're trying to catch a mouse, right? And the mouse scurries into its hole. There's nowhere for it to go. You've got it trapped.
I mean, why can't we just spend a day or two exploring the cave a little bit more? Maybe we find a second entrance or a third or fourth.
Because every moment matters. Every moment is another moment where the Red Band could hear what is coming, or I don't know, maybe they just go crazy. I'm not sure, Simon. And they use the Scourge.
So, what is our plan for scouting at a mile in?
Well, like with all things, we take it one step at a time. I was thinking we could find a place to stop, maybe on a hill, so we can look over at the town. And then I can use my magic to take a closer look, and we go from there. The first thing we must do is find where they are keeping it, and then how it is guarded. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, sounds sensible to me. Then we'll slink back into line and continue marching.
While they were talking, Walker continues speaking with Ishri. Ishri, I want to circle back there. You still hold fear for the animals of our world?
I mean, any one of them could be dangerous, and I don't know which ones are and which ones aren't. So, it's much easier to be wary than to not be.
Certainly there are creatures in your world that are less dangerous than others.
Well, yes, some won't kill you nearly as rapidly as the others will. But they all want to kill you, at least at nighttime.
What's the difference between the two? What is the most dangerous creature there, and what is the least?
Probably the most dangerous. Well, the one we encountered was pretty dangerous. That person was...
Like to give me
Yeah.
a...
That was a living creature, wasn't it?
You want me to
Most-
start bullshitting this? Oh
Okay.
no! Oh no, Ishri.
Well, continue, Hannah.
Bullshit time.
Oh,
I mean, the thing we encountered was quite dangerous, and I guess the least dangerous... Well, technically the plants wouldn't kill you, usually. So, probably a plant. Some of the undead couldn't run very fast, so you could usually outrun them and get to somewhere safe. Yes.
What do undead do? Do they just exist until there's something living nearby?
Yes. During the day, they mostly just... Well, they don't move very much. I'm sure you noticed that, right?
Yes, I did. Surely you've noticed that animals don't work the same way, right?
Yes, I did almost immediately, yes.
So, everything has needs. Yeah, you need to eat, you need to be safe, you need shelter, right?
Yes.
Animals have all these same needs. Animals are always looking for, their next meal, always looking to, find a safe place to rest, always looking for, to make more of themselves. That's how animals work. And many animals go about that different ways, right? So, what have we seen so far? So, owls, like what Simon has, except not magical. They are hunters, like what we've done with while going out and hunting. They'll look for small things that they can kill and eat. And once they're done with that, they'll rest. But owls can only hunt things of a certain size. So unless you're, very small, it would not be able to hurt you. So another example would be horses. Horses are, what's the term? Beasts of burden. People have kept horses for as long as anyone remembers. They've always been by man's side, helping them. The reason horses do that is because we feed them, we take care of them, we give them shelter. It's kind of mutually beneficial thing. So the only time you would have to worry about a horse is if whatever person owned the horse, wished you ill and will.
Have I ever told you, Walker, why I specifically don't like horses?
Everything's undead there, right?
Yes, but horses are some of the worst.
Why is that?
Well, the woman who taught me everything functionally that I know, Artie, she was nearly killed by a horse. And she always warned me to be very wary of them. She was maimed by one, actually. Can't use one of her legs very well. The only reason she was able to be back in the Citadel to train anyone was because, she had gotten maimed, so she couldn't be a number anymore, really.
Isn't the Citadel filled with magic users? Couldn't they fix that?
By the time she got back, she just couldn't. She had to basically crawl herself back. It was irreparable at that point. So I understand that most things aren't going to be dangerous. I've noticed, right? You don't see me wildly killing every animal we meet, but I'm gonna be wary. And it'll be okay.
Well, how about a good rule of thumb, then? If an animal's smaller than you, you don't have much to worry about. As if they try to attempt something, you can just overpower them. The only time you'd have to worry about a smaller animal is if there's a lot of them. Walker tries to think of a good example of that, but the only thing William could think of is like piranhas.
A pack of wolves?
Like a pack of wolves.
Poisonous snakes?
Yep. Even a herd of bees, could be from that.
The other time you'd have to worry about something smaller than you is if it's poisonous, or venomous, I guess. But the venomous creatures usually are very colorful. Like you know they're venomous. No. That's... Walker's trying to remember the fucking shit he's been told when he was a lot younger. Okay, here's how it is. So, if something is dangerous to eat, then it's poisonous. That means it's very colorful. If something is venomous, then it would have the teeth needed to inject venom. So, it's important with smaller creatures to know how they're acting. You'd only need to fear them if they don't fear you. Does that make sense? And even then, being wary is enough.
Ishri slowly nods, recognition not on her face. I'll trust you all, as I have before.
Right, well, if you ever want to know about a specific one, just ask someone. Walker then remembers how Owen tricked her into eating an egg. Well, ask someone who hasn't lied to you before.
I'm pretty sure almost all of you have lied to me at this point.
Have I?
No, I don't think so. Oh, you're the best person here. And she gives Walker a big hug.
Walker mentally notes that he's going to fucking remind the other people not to lie to Ishri. Right. Well, like I said.
When did I ever lie to you?
And I mean, I would have told her if she had asked not to eat an egg like that.
It's okay. You're all good people. And she goes around and gives everyone a hug. even Sophia, who's off corner sulking, just goes up and hugs her way too hard.
What about Sin?
You hug Sin?
Very hesitantly and very slowly, she hugs the horse.
The horse wraps her head around as if hugging you back. And then, as you let go, gets very excited and starts following you.
Ishri does begin feeding it some food, but slowly and not too much, because she's learned her lesson from last time, but I think she, half
That's
over. I think she overfed a horse at one point.
Oh no.
Be enjoying the attack. Sin, not Ishri. Sure, Ishri.
Well, Ishri definitely is, yes.
Does Ishri seem to be having fun with Sin?
Slowly but surely. She's
Okay.
still a little wary, but...
You know, Sin's different from normal animals.
Is
You
he?
know, since I made her with magic, right?
Ishri detects magic.
Magical horse.
Oh. Oh yes, this is the thing I could do. Yes, of course.
Yeah, so, wait, you can make a magical horse?
I never have before. Seems like a scary concept, but yes. Would you like me to? Well, I couldn't right now. I could tomorrow, but I thought we weren't supposed to bring horses on this trip.
Yeah, no, that was my mistake.
My. That's all. That's all that there is. There's no other addition from Owen. Just that.
Anyway. So Sin can actually understand what you're saying to her.
Ishri just kind of like squints at the horse and just nods. So you made this horse. Why the name Sin? Isn't that a bad thing? This isn't a bad horse.
Oh
right?
no, it's short for, you know. Walker kind of chuckles to himself a bit. A single digit.
What?
Walker flips the tree off.
Owen chuckles.
Back in when me and Jakeman were a bit younger, you know, drunk together a lot. One night over drinks, we decided that Sin was the best name for a horse. Never thought I'd get the chance to use it.
Because of counting?
What?
Oh, like the one finger. I see now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, am I stupid?
Yeah,
You see,
it's
it's a rude gesture in most parts of the world.
Oh!
Yeah.
Didn't you tell me it was a symbol of greeting at one point?
Who told you that, Ishri? Walker suddenly just fucking scowls.
I want to say that was Amari.
That sounds like an
I think that might
Amari.
have been Amari.
Amari is a bit of an immature person, Ishri. He's still pretty young.
That's okay. I've learned to take every bit of information I've gotten from him with some hesitance, like a new animal. Hesitance.
Yeah, no. That's called flipping someone off, though. If you ever want to show someone that you're mad at them, or if you want to just say "fuck you," you know, you can do that. Try not to if we're trying to be, you know, if we're not on bad terms with someone.
As Walker says that, from behind him, Sin lifts up a single hoof at Walker.
Walker's fat fucking Sin on the neck, enjoying the and very much enjoying that.
With that, guys, continue to travel on, making your way to Boralys. I think I should ask here, do we all want to keep going, or would we like to call it here as you arrive a little ways outside of Boralys?
I'm good to keep going.
Ditto.
I know Hannah's got an early day tomorrow, so other than that, does everyone else want to continue, or what?
And no response.
I mean, yes, I have responsibilities that I've been neglecting, but I do want to keep playing.
We could
Classic.
continue for a little bit. Maybe just like not do anything too important to begin with.
Just some scouting.
Yeah, but like if stuff starts getting serious, maybe we can call it.
All right.
Till next time.
We will see what happens then. Okay. So, as you guys make your way further and further towards Boralys, you get to the point you are not but... Like, you're getting to the point now where, like, there are farms, commonly, that you're just kind of avoiding by staying near the mountains where the land is not worth farming. But, like, you're no more than a few hundred feet away from various farms at this point. So what would the plan be?
Staying in a relatively obscure area. Are we a mile away?
I mean, ish. You're kind of guesstimating right now.
Staying in a relatively obscured area. Walker's going to keep an eye out and, let the boys get to work.
Is there... When I say within a mile, then, I don't mean, like, within a mile of right here. I mean within a mile of over here. Like, the opposite edge of the town. So
well, Boralys is not a big town.
Sure. I just wanted to make that clear. Because, Owen's been to Boralys before, so the intent was to, like, start with the town square, or whatever they got.
Okay, yeah, that's no problem.
I mean, I can only do it once today anyway, so...
So my question then is, are you guys going to be, at this point, trying to be stealthy?
Yeah, Walker's trying to find us some obscured
that's
spot.
Probably not a bad idea.
Stealth checks from everyone.
You wanna pass without trace, maybe?
Maybe we should all try to make ourselves look more like Red Band if ever we do get caught.
That's why
probably should have brought along some red cloth, now that I think about it.
I might have like a sock or something, but it's probably not enough.
Walker
for
digs
everyone.
through his bag to find some of his old ratty cloaks. One of them's red, right?
I think
it's like I'm sorry.
I could have sworn we had like a cloak that we were using, because like way earlier we tore up something to make Red Band fakes.
I don't think we
wasn't that like it was like a hesitant precaution when we were leaving Dunrock?
I mean,
I think part of the
I
group
do
was.
remember Hannah mentioning that Ishri would suggest, or would at least offer to rip up part of her dress because it's red.
Yeah, so there's
it's
that,
red.
and I imagine you have like a maroon, like dark off-colored cloak that's like reddish brown that would vaguely pass.
We don't want to ruin Ishri's dress, so we should use that.
It's already ruined.
Yeah,
should
it is already ruined.
Should I lower the number of
already
ratty cloaks I have from 4.1 to 3.1?
Oh, if you want to, yeah.
Alrighty. Keep an accurate count of how many ratty cloaks I have. Walker will give one of them. Walker will give it to someone to begin creating the duplicates.
Sophia will be putting on like some makeup that she keeps in her bag that is basically like paint to cover up tattoos, especially the one on her face.
Okay.
It's a thing that she's done before.
Problem. Got any anything they do?
Just
Otherwise, stealth checks if you don't want to be found.
any chance we get that pass without trace?
Son of a fucking bitch! I just got that spell slot back.
Dude, how do you think I feel? I'm about to blow my only third.
I'm
level
never gonna get these spell slots back, am I? Yeah, Walker's gonna cast pass without trace. Can I do the thing where, like, have a hand on sin, so it also exudes an aura of pass without trace?
That's plus 10, right?
Plus 10. Walker once again hands out some nice strong twine to the heavily armored individuals such as Ishri and Owen. Though this time, if anyone's, I'm assuming someone like Owen, Evian would be able to notice. Oh my god!
Oh, Ishri. Wait, she has to roll a disadvantage. She has to roll.
She's already rolled it out.
Roll
Yeah, she can't roll lower, so.
I was gonna say, so like Walker would, hand the twine, but those who would notice that we are also not leaving a trail behind us. There were no footprints of any kind.
I also need a stealth check from Sin, please, William.
Hey.
I will, but I'm gonna roll Walker's first. It's pretty okay.
Certainly making up for Ishri.
Sin has positive dex.
Wait, I didn't roll stealth.
Sin did not do wonderfully, but it wasn't terrible.
You know what? She's excited.
She is excited.
She's also a horse.
You're a horse.
She leaves no tracks right now.
Should I roll stealth? Yeah.
Everyone's rolling stealth.
How long does Pass Without Trace last?
Hour, I think.
Just rolling that 20 really quick, Simon.
We just call things.
Oh, baby!
It's been a minute since we declared.
Yeah, it lasts for an hour. So this is basically to find the spot before we check off.
So, for the most part, your Walker normally being the one who helps Ishri be quiet, instead having to constantly calm down his horse now.
Is having to calm a different horse.
So, the rest of you, with Simon taking point, do your best to keep Ishri's armor silent and keep her from making noise, and thankfully...
She definitely didn't use that twine correctly.
Pretty well on that front. You guys kind of occasionally, there's that moment of, Walker and taking point and just being like, all right, wait a minute. All right, go. And, just having to wait occasionally while, you start to notice, yeah, what that, strange man, that Gravesend said seems to be accurate. There are red band just living in these houses with farmers.
As we observe, Owen just, it's subtle, but, there's a noticeable change for the negative in his mood. Like when he sees, some fucking random ass red band with their boots up on some farmer's porch, he just every time he sees something like that, he just becomes a little bit more not withdrawn, but you can tell the
aggravated
is building,
So, as Owen gets more and more angry, you guys make your way to the point where you are as close to Boralys as you can really get without either going onto the road for the main entrance or, going into the point where it's going to be just in between farmhouses. Any closer and you're in civilization, not just farmland. Been about another half-hour's travel or so.
There's no crops in the fields, right? Because it was harvest season.
Yes. There's very little. Everything is everything that hasn't been harvested looks like it is in the process of right now. Because, turns out when you're being invaded in the middle of harvest season, you don't have time to harvest it all. There's definitely a sense of grabbing the last of the corn, shit like that, turnips, whatever else can grow here. For the most part, it is. There are all the red band you see, by the way, are armed. Sitting on a porch, crossbow, just kind of casually trained on someone that's out on the fields, that sort of thing.
Like a different red band person, or
No, just a person out there, a farmer. Other than that, the only thing you guys would observe is occasionally there are what look to be red band on horseback, just kind of going through presumably watching for people trying to escape. So, you guys are in the more dangerous areas of Boralys. You are close to the town itself, as close as you can get without being in civilization. What are you doing?
Once we find a spot, Owen will produce the bowl of significance, and he'll say to the others, "I'll need a few moments," and then he will begin quietly chanting.
Walker's going to look for any sign of Simon's funny bird.
Give me a perception check. Simon, your owl up above head. Eventually,
Yeah.
You do see, eventually, Walker, you do see Onyx starting to return this way, doing a very casual, just dropping little by little as he kind of like, is circling, not necessarily you guys, but some of the, farmland to your east, and just kind of making his way slowly down before finally diving about 100 feet south of you, and at the last second kind of turning up and then flying towards you very casually.
Walker would point out the owl to Simon as soon as he sees it.
Yeah.
As Onyx gets back, the report is, there's a lot of fucking red band. They are everywhere. You're not getting, from what Onyx can see, there is one way in and out of this town, and it's covered in red band. Any specific things that you were hoping Onyx could figure out during this time, Lo?
Am I allowed to ask?
Yeah.
100%.
Centers of activity, anywhere seen more particularly guarded, things like that. Is there a scourge inside sign?
Yeah, actually, that had a neon on top, flickering, pointing to the...
Is there a sign that says the Prince Owen MacDurk here? and it's got like a big flashing like arrow.
No, there's just like a big red painted sign right on the front door that just says, "Go away, Owen. You're not welcome here."
Oh.
Sorry, Owen, you're not allowed.
There's another sign next that says Angus is a bitch.
I mean, to be fair, he's kind of a bitch.
Okay, so from what you gather, there is a you get the following information. There is the entryway into the town, like where the three roads meet, and then, it's essentially a crossroads, a full-on plus, right outside of the town. It has been completely taken over by Red Band, and they have essentially set up temporary barracks there, along with essentially a checkpoint. It seems anyone that does not have immediate oversight, like any civilians, guards, that don't have immediate oversight, are locked to the city. And can't really get out. The most important buildings seem to be the mayor's home, and then there's a large manor beyond that is very heavily guarded.
Well, that sounds about right.
Amongst the images that you were able to get through Onyx in your mind, Simon, you get one of a gentleman outside speaking with someone that you recognize.
Oh?
Jack Ralligan.
A man who is beat to hell, scarred up, kind of like really messed up. You recognize it as the Eminence, Squire Harper.
That son of a bitch.
Should I recognize that name?
Yeah, dude, he was the guy that was getting beat on by his buddy in Dunrock.
Oh, Oh,
his,
the
his,
squire.
his,
Okay.
his buddy, the fucking Asimar,
What was it? I have his name somewhere.
the Asimar douche lord.
Someone would tell the group.
Which building did you say he was outside of?
That was outside of the manor. Like, there are a few nice manors that you would presume, you know, some affluent people have owned in the past, but probably the nicest one in town had him outside speaking to a messenger.
It was Vareed Daraset.
That's like, what, session 4?
3, 4, yeah.
You know, 70 sessions ago.
My
Jesus.
God.
Man.
Hey, everything comes back.
It's all full circle, baby.
And Simon tells us these things.
Simon does tell. Yeah, it was just you were asking Simon questions.
William was offering things.
Oh, I thought that was Walker.
No, that was...
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah, Simon
other
was
than that, again, red band in every home, pretty much. Lots of people who just look exhausted, like they're not getting enough sleep and they're being overworked.
Were they Walker?
Not the red band, though.
So, does Simon relay the information?
Yes.
Sounds like the manor would be a good place for you to start, Owen.
Is that, like, I know he can't, I don't think he's probably ever been inside this particular manor then, but I imagine he's probably seen it before.
Yeah, I'm sure he's seen. It's on the same like row of houses as the like mayor's house as well.
It won't be for long, but, and I can only do it once a day.
I would say you could do that.
Sophia,
A location,
you said you had
a location familiar to you, or is obvious but unfamiliar. You know, behind that door is a perfectly reasonable quest.
So,
Yeah.
hold on. Sorry, I don't
Okay,
mean to interrupt
take
you
your
guys.
time, bud. Go ahead.
But so, like, Ben, if I use it to look at the front of a house one day, and then tomorrow I say, behind the door of the house that I looked at yesterday, does that work?
I'd say it would work now. Like, you've seen the front of the house before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say you can do that now.
Sorry, go ahead, Kim. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Walker says, Sophia, you said you had worked on an invisibility spell, correct?
Yes.
You may wish to try to combine that with Simon's familiar so we can allow it to get in closer without risk of detection. With a lowered one, at least.
It'll only be for an hour, but sure, I can do that.
Walker nods and then looks to Simon, hoping that the two mages will be able to work this out. Walker continues to be not very helpful and just keep an eye on things.
Then I can send Onyx out farther than 100 feet, and then he can come back and still tell me everything, right?
I mean, yeah, that's what he just did.
Oh,
Like, more than like 3/4 of a mile up.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys are staying pretty far away from the town right now because you didn't want to be near civilization.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or like a mile away. Or 3/4 of miles, what Ben said.
Yeah.
All right. You are sending... What is Onyx looking for this time?
What is like what?
Wait,
More
what-
specific
Yeah, what is
intel.
the...
more specific and like
Getting in, listening to what people are saying, find out, what the word on the street is, things like that. You could have it
Learning some new
specifically try
slang.
to
Some Garsh slang.
you could try to have it sit near the, denser areas of, red band. Try to listen for any keywords, Scourge, Soul Strider, Mage, etc.
Now that he knows that the mayor's house and the manor are centers of activity, you could direct him to observe those places in particular rather than say just go and scout the town.
Yeah, with invisibility
to the manor.
You can have him get in really close.
Send him to the manor, just have him listen to conversations around there.
He is going to be invisible and heading to the manor, huh? That is a hell of a strategy. Kind of bullshit.
Do we wait for Onyx to return before I cast my spell, or do we do it now?
That's up to you
we
guys.
We could do it at the 2 different places, so he could go to the manor and you could do the other place.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we just get both immediately.
Yeah, I don't really have a good response to this, so I'll let you guys make that decision. This is William talking.
Well, we recognized somebody who was at the manor's house, and he was the squire of an eminent, who, as Nick understands it, is a captain.
Yes, they're essentially captain. There are only 3 ranks in the red band. Being in the red band, being an eminent means you have control, and then being
the big man.
Yeah, then there's the adjudicator.
Was he coming or going?
He was out. He was outside speaking with a messenger, and then went back inside.
The scarred guy.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to cast clairvoyance on the inside of the front door of the manor.
Okay.
Can you cast it on that person specifically?
No, it has to be a place.
That's scrying.
Okay, I don't. Sorry, I'm not familiar with those spells.
And then we could send the bird to the other place then.
Okay.
The mayor's house.
What was the? Okay.
I guess so, yeah.
Alright, can I have another perception check? This time not advantage because he's not just looking; he's trying to hear shit too. More than looking, I think.
Advantage on hearing as well.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Roll a second one.
As long as it's not like smell or touch, then they got advantage.
One or advantage.
Just roll another flat.
Oh my
Nice.
god!
Solid.
There's too much information. Too much stuff's going on for Onyx. He's not used to it.
Onyx is way too fucking stressed.
How many more spells does Sophia have?
Sophia has almost all her spells.
Nice.
Sophia's not been sending a bunch of people because she doesn't know anybody.
And she hasn't been summoning unnecessary horses either.
Yeah, no, she's not really been doing all that much spell stuff. Like, she's down 2 second-level spell slots.
What was
That's
the other
all.
one?
She has 3 third level, 1 fourth level.
Would she use the other second level spell slot?
Reduce?
Yeah, reduce on the horse.
There it is. I forgot.
Hey, Simon's down 0 spell slots right now.
Let's go!
It's also
Nice.
down 0 spell slots.
Oh.
We should make sure Simon also gets invisibility from Sophia at some point.
I don't
She
think
copied
you can
that.
write down her tattoo.
Yeah, I don't know if you can.
think
Ben,
that's
could
what-
he
Yeah,
copy the spells that I know?
Yeah, can I?
In
Gotta be right.
theory,
like the point of
yes.
wizards,
We'll go over that.
Yeah, but Sophia's spells are weird.
Yeah.
Maybe with Sophia's help.
Yeah, I think it would be with Sophia's help. It would take like twice as long and cost twice as much.
It would be
Oof.
hard to do it without her help because they're tattoos.
Yeah.
Right?
I actually
He just chops her arm off. He's like, hey, new spell book.
just like stares at her hand while she's sleeping.
No, let's get a potato peeler.
Well, what do you mean? He already does.
Oh, I don't like that, William.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
That
that
was
made
pretty
me
bad.
like wince.
What did he say?
I said get a potato peeler.
Oh my no!
Oh,
Ah.
I'm sorry.
Work.
Anyway, so as
Anyway.
Onyx heads off, Owen, you begin focusing. You pour some water in the bowl of significance.
Yeah, so that's how he starts. He kind of settles into a meditative pose, and he gets like a water skin, and he kind of maybe he does it like it's a little bit showy the way that he pours the water.
Like he pours it from an unnecessary height.
Yeah, and then he moves his hand down, so he's like moving it.
Oh, like when the fucking when like the baristas do the fucking coffee.
Yeah.
Oh.
But not. He non-verbally assures you that it's all part of the spell.
And he makes sure to add the extra whipped cream, right?
Yeah,
Walker
yeah, of
always
course,
gets
of
extra whipped
course.
cream.
Extra whip, of course. And
black extra whip. That's it.
And then he begins chanting softly, so hopefully no one but his friends will hear. Karad, grant me sight. Karad, let me hear what is beyond the horizon. And then he'll say that over and over until he finally releases the magic, and the whatever's beyond the door shimmers into view after a ripple spreads across the surface of the water.
What you see are about half a dozen red band, 2 of them sitting at a table right now, arm wrestling, another one off in the corner, another one sitting at a table, currently like tearing pages out of a book and throwing them on the floor.
Dickhead.
Like he's just being a fucking belligerent asshole?
That's what it looks like.
That's
he
funny.
glances at a page, like looks it up and down for about 3 or 4 seconds, tears the page and just throws it over his shoulder, and he just keeps doing that.
Is there a pile?
It looks like he's about 2 books deep.
What a fucking ass.
Do you know how valuable books are in medieval times? Those are all handwritten.
Ugh.
Sophia also looks very offended.
Fucking waste.
I'm sure Ishi's very excited at the destruction of books.
God, that's so much fucking money wasted.
Does he
And
see
time.
like the room itself?
Yes. The room itself does not seem significant. Like, it still looks like garish interior, but there's more weaponry now. You can see, like, all of the, like, whatever seating has been shoved to the side and made into and put into corners, and, like, everything furniture-wise has been converted into bunk beds, essentially. You can see where looks like they sawed a bookcase in half and laid it face down and converted it into 2 shitty bunk beds. The books are, instead of being on shelves, I guess they're more like in piles. This goes on for a couple of minutes.
Like once he kind of takes in the sight of the room, probably no more than a minute and a half, Owen will he'll kind of pass his right hand, and specifically his charm, over the water, and he'll murmur, Karad, let me hear what is beyond the horizon. And the image, with another ripple, it will fade, and then sound will issue forth instead.
First thing you hear is, so fucking bored. I just don't know why we're sitting here waiting, ready to go. Why the fuck can't we go? After a moment, oh, the boss. We go when he's ready. He figures it out. We're waiting for the word from back in fucking Verona. Now chill. Till then, we just put. So fucking boring here. There's nothing to fucking do. There's nothing to fucking do. The fuck are we supposed to do? Go hunting? Just kind of like I keep wanting to describe stuff, and it's really awkward not being able to. And then again, every once in a while you just hear.
Does this sound like somebody's spitting?
No, it's the sound of the book
ripping
tearing.
up pages.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Look, just at this point you hear a thump, and then what sounds like another book going, and then you hear this of a fire growing.
They're fucking lighting the house on fire?
They're probably keeping the fire in the living room going.
With books?
Why not?
Soul.
So they don't burn that.
Simon, can you snipe fireball this specific house?
Just shoot a fireball into the bowl, see what happens.
Yeah,
Simon
just
puts
damage
his
all the
hands
rest
up.
of it.
Simon
Power word surgical strike.
Power word orbital strike.
you hear, and there's like that moment where you're like, why do I keep fucking watching people who are arm wrestling? Just occurred to me, this is the second time you used it. Both times there's somebody fucking arm wrestling.
Yep.
I bet you both of them are cheating.
Fight.
And then a couple moments later, you just hear, sir, and then everyone like scrambling and standing up.
Ooh.
Get a quick look, then immediately go back to sound.
With that. Do that.
You like snap your fingers and quickly ripples, and you can see what you recognize as the Asimar, Eminent Barid Deraset, walking down.
Son of a bitch.
It's him.
And he begins, you can see his Squire Harper behind him, a new bloody cut on his cheek.
Sound, Owen, sound.
And he begins to talk as Owen switches back to sound. And
He still has to do the whole line, but he tries to talk really fast.
And I'm expecting
please.
that there's not going to be any more of them. I don't care if you need to start a new fight club and start throwing coin on it to keep them in line. We're going to do it because we are going to wait until we hear from them. That understood. I mean, yes, but like, what are we supposed to do? Who's supposed to do our laundry? I don't care. Who's going to be doing your laundry? If making them fight will make these people happy, then make them fight. Distract them, keep them calm, keep them in line. What I have expected of you up until now, that's why I'm going to continue to expect of you. You understand? Oh, I guess so. I just don't. And then you just hear, do you understand? Yes, sir. Okay, well, and then you hear,
The weakest slap I've ever heard then.
I missed my hand with it. Like I hit like the edge of my fingers. Let me try it again. There we go.
There it is.
Like I backhanded like the tips of my fingers because I missed because I was going at it so hard. It was far away from the camera, okay? And then you begin to hear the footsteps moving away.
Is there a door? Like, is there the sound of hinges creaking?
I mean, yeah, I said you hear as the door opens and slams shut.
If there's hinges, I'd like to switch back to visual so I can see.
Come on, give me the TV back.
See which door he went.
That was the gentleman who looks like he was just backhanded, who is going out the front door.
Okay.
You can see like he like turns around and he got backhanded by like a fucking chainmail glove or something. He's got like cuts all over the side of his face now. Continuing to watch, you see as the Eminent very quickly says something which you would guess you're not lip reading when they're like at a fucking 90-degree angle to you and you can't really see is awkward, but you would guess it's like clean that up or get your shit together or something.
Hey, Ven.
Yep.
If you can, I have a nice little feature here where if I can see someone's mouth while they're speaking a language I can understand.
What a guy.
Never come up.
What a guy.
He's saying deal with this.
Beautiful. I will translate for the group.
What are you saying?
Deal with this.
Deal with this, right?
And he then points to the pile of randomly torn pages and things on the ground. A second later, he just turns back and seems like he's saying, now. And then points to it again. The gentleman gets up and begins to do so. A couple of quiet moments go past as he is taking the torn up books and things and wadding them together and throwing them on the fire, which you can't actually see. It's like right out of view around the corner. But given how he's wadding it up and everything, and the sound of the crackling when you're in sound mode, probably it. he starts to head up the stairs that are in the back of the, like, it looks like there's a hallway that goes all the way through the manor and up to the back where it goes to a set of double stairs that spin around, like one to the left, one to the right, where you lose sight. He starts going up the one to the left and pauses about halfway and then starts very hurriedly walking back down. Not running, but like at a more quickened stride now.
The Eminent.
Yes. He turns back and he says something, his back completely turned this time, to his squire, and then turns once more. One of the gentlemen that was arm wrestling, and they both immediately just stop and stand up again, and just like, this time, like, they had already stood up, but now they're like at attention. And both of them just look, and what you read, Evian, is him saying, "And where are those women at?"
Oh. I will also translate that.
And he then looks to his squire and just, like, points to him and just points outside. And the squire quickly walks away. And he heads back upstairs, leaving just one person here, the original guy, currently cleaning up. This took place over the course of maybe 30 minutes.
Oh, I only got 10 minutes, bro.
Oh, you only got oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was an hour.
I wish.
Well, place over the course of about 10 minutes then.
They did a quick cleanup.
Yeah. I thought you had an hour. I had some more stuff I was going to add there.
I really wish it was an hour. It seems like, given that Find Familiar is a level 1 spell and is persistent, it should be an hour.
You think?
But, no.
I just realized that I have had Observant through both of the campaigns. That is the first time I have ever been able to use the lip reading feature.
Walker comments. I know you could lip read, even.
Neither did I, to be completely honest.
Walker's blinked several times.
I guess I've kind of picked up on it over the years.
Right.
Talks tend to be loud, and when you are working with a gang on a dock and you need to assume what people are saying, it's kind of something you develop, I guess.
And
Still have quite a bit more time until the invisibility is done. It's an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all you can do, right, Owen?
Let me see. Let me
Did
think.
you just do a roll of him?
Then did just
No. It's so weird. Why do you guys sometimes hear it, but not all the time?
Anyway.
I mean,
like that you said no.
No.
if we really want to do it again, I can try something.
Try what?
Would you lend me the bull, Owen?
I suppose.
If you're trying to use the same spell, it might not work for you.
I'm just gonna try something. Sophia looks like she's concentrating. She looks a bit, uncertain of what exactly she is doing, but mutters something, and one of her tattoos glows, but slightly like a brighter glow than it usually would. And just give me 1 second. Ven, you know what I'm doing?
The funny chance of being knocked out.
Yep.
Oh, as
That doesn't look like a number to be knocked out over.
Simon, you recognize what she is doing. Well,
Yes.
You hear
Simon
her
just looks
whisper,
shocked.
let me see. And then back exactly where it was initially, or close to, because she'd based it off of what she's seen in the last spell being cast. You'd see the same thing reappear.
Does the bull work for Sophia? Like, it was a bull significant to Owen.
yes, and no one has lent it to her, but it is still the perceived value.
Alright.
As you begin to focus, Sophia, I would like Arcana checks from Owen, and Rom.
Oh,
I'm a very arcane
Me?
boy.
it's a weird combo.
Well, Simon already knows, and Walker and Evian don't have a background for it.
All right.
Sophia probably looks like she's like gets almost weakened for a second,
Oh,
as if
holy
she might
shit.
faint, and then she like straightens back up and continues finishing up the spell.
Owen?
I'm a magicy boy, and I know magicy things. That's pretty good.
Oh my
That's pretty good.
god! You boys!
That was... Oh boy, that was an utterance of... There's no such thing as evil magic, but that comes damn close.
What?
Like...
Ben, wait a minute.
What does that mean?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
Magic is a tool. You cannot, just like a sword cannot be evil, a gun cannot be evil, a house cannot be evil, magic cannot be evil, but that is just something unholy, and just, there is something about that is just very, like, Rom, your magic is derived from a very dark place. This was different. This was worse, or primal, like the willingness to let the magic itself kill you if need be.
Is that just like a feeling that?
Yeah.
It's the way she casts it. Seeing as for the briefest of seconds, she just like has this weakness to her, this apparent compilation, like, oh, and you notice that, like, she is essentially forcing, she's not casting the same spell as you, she's forcing the exact spell you used to be cast again through her.
Is it a matter of, like, it just looked really dangerous, or?
What?
Is it a matter of it just looked really dangerous, or?
It's like, you need to be very
There is
specific
a
when you
very strong, like, vibe of off-putting that it gives off casting the spell.
As if you didn't do it quite right, it would kill you.
Yes. There is a lot of, like...
Or if I'm near to.
Yeah, that was not... She was not like, oh, I can cast that spell. Like, there are spells you guys can cast. That was not that. That was her forcing the exact spell she just saw to be cast again.
As if she's, like, using her magic to like bend reality to her will. Like I
using
don't wanna,
her magic to bend.
As if it was a cursed wish that she asked for the thing to come back, and the curse could come with a cost.
Yes, there is a lot of that off-putting. It's like bending the rules of magic, the rules that have limits, ignoring them to force this to work.
Okay, I guess.
Go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry.
I guess Rom goes very pale and like does a little, you know, like a
shiver goes down
shiver goes up your spine, something like that. Someone walks over your grave.
Noticing that reaction, Walker's gotta look concernedly towards her and then to like towards Sophia.
Sophia is focusing on the bowl.
As
the color also drains from Owen's face, and he says, his voice kind of shaky, "Where did you learn that?"
From Simon. Let's focus on the bowl for now. We have 10 minutes.
I don't think we should.
She looks up, very, like, dead serious. So you'd rather us ignore what I just did? Talk about what we just did and ignore the consequences? I have done something, we have results, we might as well take advantage of the results and we can talk about it later. She's focusing on the bowl again. And, like, kind of putting it towards Evian in his general direction so that he can continue lip reading.
I will do that. Weirded out by why everyone's being so weird. She cast the spell, big fucking whoop.
We might as well make use of it, I suppose.
Might as well. Prom, you felt that, didn't you?
Well, it already happened. We can't change it. talk about it later. It's only 10 minutes.
I don't know what just happened, but let's focus for now.
Owen looks very uncomfortable at the idea of his bowl of significance, his special bowl being used for such a perversion of magical law.
That was
His special
very
bowl
strange.
made by one of his special men.
If there are lips to be read, then I'm reading them.
The next couple of minutes are a consistent motherfucking shit, like complaining under their breath as that guy seems to be cleaning up in here, reorganizing, folding blankets, moving furniture, grabs a couple more books and looks at one of them and just fucking, and he tries to like tear it in half, and he like he's trying like you can just see he's like fucking.
Any way to have an idea of what those books are? Like if we can see the title or
the one he is currently trying to tear up looks like it is a beginner's guide to the value of botany. And he's got it in half. He's trying to like tear the book in half with the spine. And after about 30 seconds of this, he gives up and just kind of looks around embarrassed. And then goes and throws it in the fire. About another minute goes by. And then you see him just looking very surprised. And he just like stumbles back up to his feet looking at the door. As the magic camera pivots over, you see what looks like a Soul Strider along with about 3 or 4 red bandsmen in heavier armor, presumably also well respected, running in, calling for the Eminent. The only thing you get, Evian, through... Give me a perception check, Evian. See how much you can get through the chaos of these guys running.
Not much.
Walker would say, quickly
Maybe
sound.
switch to sound. I can only do
Yeah,
one person.
You get...
Go ahead.
You start getting quickly your... And then she switches to sound. Eminence needs to be notified now. There's something happening. A moment later, you begin to hear coming from upstairs this time. You certain? I'm stage whispering for your guys' sake because I really wanted to muffle this and do Foley work, but not gonna do it.
It's
for
already
you.
hard to hear you sometimes.
You just hear, what are you certain?
So we couldn't
Yes,
hear
sir.
the first part of what he said?
No, you just hear him because he's being loud from the second floor. Yes, I'm certain exactly what is going on right now. I don't know. We're not sure where. Well, it needs to be dealt with. Everyone on high alert. If there's mages here spying on us, they need to be dealt with. Get the rest of the Soul Striders.
Oh shit.
Great news.
All
guys.
right.
They know. Oh, I guess we should have seen that coming.
Oh, dude, rip Onyx, bro.
Oh, did they find Onyx?
Probably.
For invisibility.
Can you try to resummon Onyx?
And at this point, they are all, like, you can see all hands on deck running outside the building.
Let's probably get out of here.
Let's move.
Yeah, let us move back.
We stealthily move back to home base. Does Simon recall his owl?
Yes, of course.
Nope.
Dead?
Okay, Simon does not recall his
He's
owl.
gonna be very pissed with you. She says with like a half smile.
Does Simon know?
Yes, you would normally be able to, at will, pretty much make it disappear and then reappear next to you. It's not working.
I'm gonna have to resummon him. He's not coming back.
Oh, not too bad.
And we retreat for the time being.
Despondent.
Need stealth checks, Van, or?
We'll go ahead and, for the sake of simplicity, use the Same ones.
Hmm.
You guys are able to make it with the little bit of pass without trace left. An hour, right, on that?
Once again, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Once again, for those who are able to notice, we are not leaving any tracks.
You make your way as far out as you can before you start to notice tracks being left once more. The grass no longer springing up behind you. Your steps just that much heavier once more. But you guys are able to get back out, and not all the way back to your base, but at least to the point where there's no more farms anywhere near you. And so you're at least safe enough that you could talk while traveling.
Like we're already into the wooded bits?
Yeah, where it's like starting to be wooded, and or at least far enough, close enough to the south and the mountain that there's nothing you would not be noticed here.
At which point, Sophia will just say, I didn't realize quite the gravity of the spell. I apologize for scaring you all.
What was that exactly?
Sophia, you felt it, didn't you?
Yes, I had an inkling of what may happen, but I didn't realize you all had never seen it. This is from Simon's book.
Simon doesn't exactly...
And then we all just look at Simon.
Simon isn't exactly the most talkative about his abilities. Can you please explain what exactly that was, Sophia?
In a way, this spell bends a bit my capacities and the capacities that are usually, I suppose, working the laws of magic. It's a bit of a obscure thing without having actually studied it myself. Basically, I can cast any spell I know of within reason while using more powerful magic than it is actually used. So let's say Owen here used a certain amount of magic for it. I have to use a greater amount to be able to cast it myself, and it comes with the cost. From what I can understand and I felt, I could have basically passed out and been pretty precarious state for my health if it had not gone well. Although it doesn't feel like it'd be very likely to happen. I believed I was in a safe enough environment with you all being able to cast healing magic if such a thing were had to happen. I would not recommend it in the middle of battle, looking at Simon.
Sounds like quite the drawback.
Walker, you remember a long time ago we had a talk about necromancy.
Quite. I remember it quite well.
At the time, I think I did a poor job of explaining why people are uncomfortable with it. This is not like that. When she cast a spell, I just felt wrong.
Usually magic comes with a certain cost of usually being energy. More commonly for most people anyways. In this case, it was not only energy, but in a way also essentially my life force.
I don't see this as being particularly bad. Is there something I'm missing here, Owen?
The best way for Owen, for those of you who are spellcasters...
I have one way to explain it for a non-spellcaster, though. The same way you could tell if you were to see something that feels unnatural, a being that doesn't seem like it belongs. I'm sure you've seen, if you've seen undead or anything like that. I'm sure, Walker, you can tell that it feels unnatural, right? It just seems like it shouldn't be in this plane of existence. It's the same way this magic...
Creature we saw last night?
Yes. The same way this magic doesn't feel like it should be. It shouldn't exist. It makes you feel as though something is defying the laws of nature. It exists. It can be done. It just feels uncomfortable, as if it was toying with reality itself.
I hate to say it, but I've always kind of felt that way about magic in general.
This is different.
This is it with magic specifically, and not just with nature. Magic is unnatural in a way, but this is unnatural magic. Unmagic. However you want to see it. You can explain now how you were going to explain it.
What I was going to say is this is more just for a bit of context that I not necessarily glossed over in the moment, but didn't... Those of you who have tried to understand magic in any capacity I assume, like, I'll let you guys make the call on whether or not, like, anytime, like, one of the first, like, things, like, you know, if you're looking into, like, cryptids and shit, you know of, like, Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. Like, those are just the basic things. One of the big things like that within magic is this thought that there is incredibly powerful magic that allows you to, like, bend reality in ways. Like, alter, like, the kind of things that you cannot even fathom. Like, alter history type of thing. Like, it's the kind of thing that it's not really recorded in history, it just is a thing that, in theory, could exist. For anyone who's read about it, that is the kind of thing it described. What she just did is that same kind of thing, but instead of altering reality, it's forcing things to happen. It just has this overt negative connotation feeling to it. If that all makes sense.
It's just hard. Like, I think we all understand what you're saying, but like, it's hard to explain a feeling to somebody who hasn't had that.
Yeah.
This is the best way I can explain it, at the very least. I don't see it as being... I believe that if it is something that is to be used and there is reasonable safety around it, such as in this case, you all could heal me back up if I were to go down unconscious or whatever. I believed it was worth the risk to get the knowledge, the extra knowledge, such as knowing that they are actually, knowing our presence, I think was pretty worth it. Although I can see how it would feel unnatural and uncomfortable to others.
Despite what you're telling me, I still don't see that big of an issue. The downside seems to be the worst part about it, though it seems to have been a calculated risk, if anything.
I mean, in this case, yes. I've never tried it before because I didn't really want to just risk this thing for fun.
All of that aside, it seems that they know that we are watching.
Yes, although since the owl can't come back, Onyx, I believe it's more likely that than the fact that I casted or you casted the spell.
I think
although they might
the
have
Soul
protection.
Strider, he would have reacted if he knew
Notice
that we were
the-
watching that room specifically.
Probably.
This is the second time a Soul Strider has noticed and eliminated poor Onyx.
I had thought that Onyx would have been a greater boon than this. Maybe would have been in a different situation, but the Soul Striders are just... Walker just shakes his head.
Well, this is the downside to being such as Onyx, which is why I haven't really put forward the idea of having my small companions, such as the music box, which she's been carrying around in her bag for the most part, to be sent off to figure out things.
How did they find him?
If they have detect magic being casted regularly, they could probably detect the fact that there was an invisibility spell and a magical being. Such as I can notice Ishri here does regularly.
You can use magic to see invisible things, can't you?
Some magic, yes.
If I recall, there was a monster that was hiding in Evian's shadow in the Shadowfell. I was the only one who saw it.
I mean, if they were to cast such magic, they'd probably notice Onyx, if anything, faster because, hey, there's something there using invisibility. You know?
But doesn't... I mean, you can't... When you use your senses, when you use your magic to search for other magic, it doesn't... I mean, you can't just see forever.
No, I know. But I mean, Walker's point is right as well, is some magic is specifically to see if there's anything invisible.
I suppose, but I mean, they would have had to assume such magic, it must be limited, right? I mean, it's, again, you can't just... They would have had to be looking in the precise spot that he was at the precise time that he was there in order to see him.
I can't say I know exactly. I'd assume so. I'm just saying this is probably how they find him. She shrugs. I can't say how powerful they are. I've only can gauge off of the spells that the other one casts that they have quite a bit of magical power. But further than that, I don't know exactly their limits.
I suppose it depends on the individual in question, but I think it's safe to say that any one Soul Strider is more powerful than any one of us.
There's also magical items that have been known to help see hidden things that are hidden, such as invisibility.
I believe an Intellier officer back in Starshore had something similar.
It's uncommon, but it does happen, and if they're very powerful sorcerers, they probably could have enchanted such things. Same way, if I were to spend the few years that would be required to study and learn how to do that, I could probably eventually do it.
I hadn't thought.
I suppose we can't really put... well, sorry, the word immediately went out of my brain.
Angie?
I suppose we can't discredit any idea if that's true. They could have anything.
Want to rethink our strategy?
I mean, for now, we should at least give it a day or two for them to chill.
I agree.
I understand you wanting to be in a hurry, Owen, but...
No, you're right. You're right, Sophia. We can't... Careless haste buys us nothing but a quick death.
Maybe it'll give Owen a chance to regain some of his energy.
Maybe if we're closer to the woods, we can try to find an old hunting cabin. Put some alarm spells up and some such things, if we find one nearby. I don't know, looking to Owen, if that exists around here?
I know of some cabins up north, closer to Darrow, but... not... Some even deep in the woods, but...
Yeah, we'd want something more in between the spot that you and Walker found and somewhere near here that we can always reconvene halfway through, but that's okay.
The spot we had found before should be pretty well hidden. I spent a good amount of time this morning ensuring that it wouldn't be seen from anywhere on the road.
Yes, I was just hoping we could find somewhere different to stay 2 days, but at least somewhere we could do stuff. But I suppose that would be what I'll have to do.
What did you have in mind?
We could always retreat further into the woods.
I suppose.
It would be safer. The point of that spot was to be within a walking distance of the town, but that might not be ideal at the moment.
Yeah, if it was just to go back to sleep, that makes sense, but I don't know. If we could at least reconvene, try to work out a plan or a map or something like that, somewhere with, flat surface that is dry.
We'll head to the spot first. That way everyone else who hadn't visited prior will know where it is. I'll point out some landmarks. Make it a bit easier in case anyone isn't with someone who knows where they're going. After that, we can find somewhere a bit deeper in the woods.
That'd be good. Just hope that we don't get separated. So that it's necessary.
Hopefully not, but it's good to be prepared.
Alrighty then. So, as you guys start to get a handle on the level of oh shit that is going on within Boralys. To discuss plans as you make your way back towards the hideout, the opening thicket behind the city, with all manner of dangers, small and big, simple and complicated, seemingly still before you, but the first step now taken. We go ahead and end tonight's session.
I just realized I'm stupid.
Oh yeah.
Clairvoyance is concentration.
Oh wait, you have to concentrate on wish and curse of wish
and invisibility.
Yeah.
Oh
I made him hot.
Yeah.
Up.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
I know. That's why I said stupid. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I didn't realize clairvoyance was concentration.
I'll tell you now. Alex rolled a pretty damn good stealth check too.
Dude, poor Onyx was probably all smug, like, oh yeah, I'm an infiltrator.
There's just nothing, and then the owl sitting there. Ugh.
Oh
my
boy.
God, that sucks.
I just realized it now. I'm sorry, guys.
We're talking like, oh, they must have used some sort of special magic to find him. No.
Just looked over, saw an owl in the window.
Feels
like,
bad, man.
You'll find out next session, but he was he was perched up on a desk, listening, and then he just appeared and got blasted by about 3 mages.
You know,
That's
you know what would have been really
That's kind of funny.
You know what would have been top tier comedy is if as the clairvoyance popped in visually, we just see Onyx get fucked.
Well, he went
Yeah,
somewhere
he just like
else.
fucking shows up. Oh my god.
Yeah,
The wrong
sorry.
building.
I feel like the mistake would be fair on Sophia's part because she probably also wouldn't have realized that the 2 magics would have been clashing because she's never actually done clairvoyance.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So-
funny.
I'm so surprised that Sophia just felt like that was okay to do, though. Like,
Sophia
no,
didn't
I meant,
know
like,
you never
the
used it.
risk. The
Bro,
risk.
bro,
no, like,
imagine
not
using
the
the
risk
spell,
for just
bro.
doing that. I
If Sophia falls unconscious out of nowhere, you guys are gonna bring her back up.
I guess that's the use of everyone's resources.
I mean, we'll literally just use fucking spare the dying and let her come up on her own. If you don't fucking carry
Sophia's
her.
tired.
I mean, spare the dying and then like you use like the just
Literally
like
just 1 point of lay on hands.
like literally anything like that would be fine, and then she'd go back to sleep like and rest that night. Like it would have been fine.
We'd force feed her one of those finger sandwiches.
That she has and you don't know
Oh
about.
my god. Well, one of them
Fine.
would.
There you go.
Imagine your friend's dying and the first thing you do is force feed them food out of their bag. Oh no, Evian, here, take this meat!
If Sophia went down there, someone was 100% stealing her sandwiches.
Ragged.
I'll be right back and get some water.
Oh, what a fucking night. What a fucking night, you guys. What a fucking night.